That's why I was also late. But we really humbled that you are here with us. We are humbled that we are having a big house as this one today. We are very happy that we are having this engagement with yourself as professionals. And we are of the view that the role of the professionals in building the country is not a very small role. It's for that reason that we felt your guidance, particularly in terms of the role that can be played by the professionals in your department and in government in general, is very important. It's humbling that professionals also came in numbers to listen to the message that you would pass to them. We're hoping that that message will be passed to them and they will also take the challenges that you are going to give to the professionals. I think it's also important for us to appreciate that from as early as 1912, the building of the very African National Congress was premised on the contribution of professionals. The building of any country is dependent on the contribution of professionals. It therefore is important that professionals by themselves at individual level and as collectives participate in engagements of this nature. But not only in engagements of this nature. PPF, we regard ourselves as progressive professionals, not just professionals. We are those professionals that believe that the leftist organizations, not all of them even, some leftist organizations are the ones that can lead us to a better South Africa. We look at ourselves as a think tank and we think we can contribute a lot. We do not think that the government should be there to employ us, all of us. It's not possible. But the fact that we have become professionals and we are South African says to us we are products of South Africa. We are products of the struggle. And as such, it's important that we contribute. I wouldn't want to go into the objectives of PPF, but just to mention, MEC, that among the objectives that we have is that as professionals, having been produced by South Africa, we need to give back, one way or another. What is important also is that we need to be able to plant trees that we are not going to enjoy the shades of. In that fashion, we will have built a country that is a country we want as South Africa. So today we are going to be listening to yourself, telling us the role that we can play in your department, the role that we can play in building the country and the government of KwaZulu-Natal. But I know that some will remember that there is an issue of economic recovery that is being thought of. And as such, with economic recovery, some of the professionals will think of the potential benefit for them as individuals, but for them as collectives as well. I think we will touch on those. And I think it's important that when we then get this opportunity, we prepare ourselves that we will ask questions, engage yourself, but your department afterwards, and see what will come out. But the aim is that we have a better KZN. Chair, let me stop at that. Welcome everybody. Thank the MEC for giving us, but the purpose really is for us to engage. All the other things I was saying, Chair, I was merely saying because I'm seeing non-members of PPF. So I'm saying there is a website for PPF they can join and contribute not only as individuals but as part of this collective called the Progressive Professionals Forum. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just by way of acknowledgement. Okay, sorry. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Shabalala, for those encouraging and heartening words. Ladies and gentlemen, just as indicated in the program, we have an esteemed and eminent set of panelists that have joined the proceedings here today. And recognizing certainly the honor and the privilege to work with the Office of the MEC, today's event is a clear indication of MEC's commitment and determination to ensure that professionals are integrated into the program of action that the departments have embarked upon and that the MEC is leading. And the role of socio-economic infrastructure, as well as ensuring adequate human settlements as well as infrastructure, remains top of the agenda of the MEC. So we thank you, MEC, for the bold and courageous leadership as far as that is concerned. At this stage, let me put on the spot in the understanding that the environment within which we work is informed by global as well as local dynamics, particularly on the economic side. And for us to have to capture the essence of these economic dynamics, I'd like to put Mr. Israel Mkhize. He's a well-known political commentator, economist, and he's got quite an elaborate profile which I can go into. And but let me just delve directly and looking in your general direction, Mr. Mkhize, just to give us an overview of the economic context and the landscape around which the aspirational economic imperatives are going to be achieved. So let me hand over to you, Mr. Mkhize.
First, let me greet and acknowledge the MEC, Babu Sotobe. I think the department is very fortunate to have a caliber of Babu Sotobe, his wisdom and his energy. We come a long way. Also acknowledge Uslalo, Tongala Mavuso, Ganjalo no Babu Ngambo, the deputy. Just going to shoot quickly because of time. I will summarize the question at hand. What I prepared, I didn't want to throw things on the air that we could pick easily on the internet and so on, such as we know that the past 5 years South African economy has not been performing to the level of expectation of the benchmark, which is the National Development Plan. It's the targets of the NDP are quite clear for everyone to see, elaborate, and provincial development plans have also cut a bit the models and expectations from the NDP, and provincial economies, as far as the GDP numbers, have not obviously been performing to that expectation. Okay, what I wanted to do, however, is to just throw in a few shots and then get the inkundla so that we will come back to them at whatever point. The first thing is to be, as professionals, we need to be aware of the very economic infrastructure that links to the question of the actual infrastructure. So the key institutions that it's important that we be conversant with. We need to be conversant with the SABS, South African Reserve Bank. We need to be conversant with Status A. We need to be conversant with Treasury. And also, on that point, we also need to be conversant with certain key instruments, such as how is the question of GNP, gross national product, and the GDP itself, how is it arrived at, how it's calculated. You will see in a second how that links to the question of the infrastructure. And also, we need to be aware and cognizant of sectoral contributions to the question of GDP itself. Just in summary, each province will obviously have different sectors, finance, mining, and then a province will give its collective GDP number. And then from a provincial collective standpoint, it then contributes to the national number of each GDP. All of that is the economic infrastructure, wherein the infrastructure such as fixed infrastructure, networks, water and so on, infrastructures, that's where they actually play themselves. So as professionals, as we're saying, which it's a think tank, we need to broaden that kind of understanding. Number one, the point I'm driving is that we need to be cognizant of the very infrastructure of the economics, of the economy of South Africa. Being cognizant of the question of national accounts, balance of payment, energy, security, because anything that is discussed on the question of infrastructure, whether it's the president who's saying here's an infrastructure program, it will all have to play within those nexus. Then number two, quickly, I believe that the South African economy, as it were, still very much is shaped by the Anglo-Boer War, call it post-match. And as professionals, we need to interrogate the structure and the face of the Anglo-Boer War as far as we understand the economy. For instance, when you look at the infrastructure in South Africa, it's got three phases. You could add others, but you will see generally three phases. You will see the Anglo face on the infrastructure of South Africa, where you're talking at the mineral complex industry, you're talking the financial institutional infrastructure, you're talking the water security infrastructure, as well as the urban infrastructure. It's got a very strong Anglo tone and feel. And also, secondly, there is the other phase, which is the, forgive me to use this word, the Boer word. You also see that on the face of the infrastructure of South Africa, that Boer face in terms of infrastructure, because when you look at hard road networks, when you look at power grid infrastructure, you look at municipal infrastructure, you look at food security infrastructure, it's built on that legacy of the Boer, so to speak. And then there is the other face, which I would call it the Nguni face, or the African people face, which the infrastructure there, the face of the infrastructure is your township infrastructure, is your entertainment infrastructure, and it's also built on largely household consumer type of infrastructure. Malls are fluxed by black people, the consumer household infrastructure. So that has not changed. And that is where I think the intervention on the question of the economy and infrastructure must also be interrogated from the professionals' standpoint. I'm just before my last point, but I think the moderator wants to come in. Or must I quickly? Oh, thank you so much. Right. Then thirdly, we also need to have a broader understanding of what is inside the infrastructure question, as it were, so that we understand its relation to the stimulus as it has been announced also by His Excellency, the President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, as well as it was cited in a very elaborate paper in Parliament last week. So any infrastructure, as professionals, that we need to be cognizant of is the data infrastructure. We need to be cognizant of the data infrastructure because it's a new type of infrastructure. I'll explain that by using numbers. We need to be cognizant how the data is collected, how it's compared, and how it's measured, so that quarter on quarter. There is a very interesting report released by PwC. I will share it with Babungam, then they can circulate it. But there's an important study, one of the pages, where they were looking at the behavior and the deterioration of the economic activity between, they started from 20 January until December, but specifically the 29th of April, May, or March to levels of lockdown, from April level 5, level 4, down to level 3 to 2. So they look at activity, the economic activity. We will share that so that we don't get bottled too much into details here. But they look at the question of the industries, the consumer behavior, government behavior. So all of that informs the economic infrastructure within which we find ourselves. Why is that important? It is important because, as I said, our relationship with the understanding of what the Reserve Bank is doing, in particular with the management of the macroeconomics, that focuses on four things, which is to deal with issues of employment, because infrastructure must talk vis-a-vis to issues of employment, price stability, There's another infrastructure, the infrastructure of currency and price. You know, because we all know that even for employers, when they want to discuss the whole economics of employment, they look at those economies of scale, they look at those questions, Oguti, with production having reduced so much, particularly last year, and they are on the recovery space, do they sacrifice labor, or where do they cut off? So we need to also be cognizant and in conversation with that type of infrastructure. Why is it important? Maybe moving to my second last point, Uguti, we must also look at those macroeconomic questions, which is the full employment, inflation question, price stability, as well as economic growth. With that background understanding, the Anglo-Boer / Nguni face of the infrastructure. Because if we lose that, we are going to be the black or the African will forever be on that type of infrastructure that I explained, which is more based on consumption, which cannot or is not competing with the Anglo and the Boer types of infrastructure where they are playing also in the economy. Maybe just one question, then I will step down. Listen, I step aside. Sorry. I must mind my language here. Yes. Yeah, call it shy. All right. Some interesting question that I just wanna throw in the end, then best get it in out. Uguti, what are some important contradictions that, as professionals, that we need to engage with on the question of economics as well on the question of infrastructure? Is, number one, I think because we said it's a think tank, we may speak adversely to other positions. Is the Freedom Charter in favor to the Nguni or the blacks or the African necessities of our type of infrastructure, or is it in favor of the Anglo-Boer War victors? Iyasiza in Freedom Charter when it says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Is that not disadvantaging us in terms of these types of infrastructures that we've highlighted? What is the relationship between infrastructure and what's stipulated in the Freedom Charter and the infrastructure dynamics of the Anglo-Boer African war aftermath? And the other contradiction that we could probably entertain at some point, in his speech about Sotobe last week, he highlighted the pipeline projects, the 276 projects, which have already been put aside with the government and private sector, and also highlighted the 50 strategic projects that have already been gazetted. Now, when you look at that, obviously it comes to 340 billion. But when you look at the breakdown of this 340 billion, Uguti, what is the disbursement of this money? What you find is that 1.7 billion is earmarked to be coming from the fiscus or from government. And then the rest is earmarked to be coming from the private sector strategic PPPs, private public partnerships. But the question is, who controls that particular fund? Because the 1.7 is coming from a fiscus which in the main is driven by the black government. But this other money, which must fund the infrastructure, comes in the main from insurance companies, fund managers, from all these money markets that we know, infrastructure funds and so on. We know that the DPSA has got a particular fund to channel towards the infrastructure. So the question is, when you look, take BlackRock or Blackstone in the US, a hedge fund. They do something almost that we're doing at Bugindaba to private equity. You take money from people, you invest it somewhere. So when they put money aside to invest on infrastructure, this big chunk, this big percentage where it won't come from government, but it's coming from the private sector, you find that the infrastructure solutions, they still disadvantage the African people because they didn't fund the infrastructure. So when you're talking the returns on equity, returns on assets, returns on capital, they still go back to the Anglo-Boer benefactors. They still don't go to that particular infrastructurally disadvantaged group, which is African people. And then lastly, by the way, I'm sometimes a preacher. You know, preachers have many endings. I'm kidding. Yeah, and I'm literally closing. So if you look at that point, it then tells us Uguti there is a crisis. Now the breakdown of that 340 billion, the 1.7 coming from government, then you look at the allocations. There's allocations towards the water infrastructure. There's allocations towards Sanral, I think it's about 57 billion and so on. Interesting enough, only 4 billion is earmarked for the cloud and the ICT infrastructure, and that's a problem. Why is that a problem? There is a problem, Honorable Sotobe, because one of the things the MEC highlighted very interesting last week on his presentation was that number, is it 179 leases? When you look at those leases, the MEC highlighted Uguti, you find that it's our, forgive me for using racial descriptions, but I'm quoting a report. It's the Indian community that is leading, I think by 40% on the leases, and then followed by whites about 20% if I recall well. How is it possible that the whites who dominate the economy on the leases in KZN follow behind the Indian population? Here is the answer. If you look at the top 10 rich South Africans, obviously we have 2 who are black, the rest are white. Most of them are actually making their money in the finance infrastructure, in the finance and banking infrastructure. The recent billionaires are in the finance and banking infrastructure. Even though Rupe with Remgro, they're on the retail and consumer goods, but Enka Asset Yabo, the cash cow, is the RMB network and FNB, that family. So the allocation of 4 billion from the 340 billion, ufagwe only 4 billion towards the cloud and ICT infrastructure. It's a disadvantage because the rich guys in South Africa are becoming rich by investing more on the cloud and ICT infrastructure. So it doesn't bother them, Muguti, eThekwini or KZN, more rents are going towards our Indian community. Because if that's an infrastructure where our Indian community is dominating, correctly so, siyababongela, where we must go and up our game. But the white guys have also identified other types of infrastructures away from the mineral complex industry, but now on the cloud and the ICT infrastructure, which is why on that 340 billion, there has to be an argument that we need to push more than the 4 billion for the investment, not just only on infrastructure as we see it with the eye, because we end up renting Ukubantu have already bought this, and it's so high the prices in the market and so on. We know on that. But I'm saying we need to balance our investment on other infrastructures as well, so that we approach the economics of infrastructure with correcting or still engaging that war, that Anglo-Boer war, and the Africans' problems. You have you look at railway, you look at ESCOM. Those are the legacies of the Anglo-Boer war, but not in favor of black people. You even get now at Pembani Group by Baba Putuma Klego, when Kennedy was CEO, he's now with African Bank. They moved out of what they do in the energy space. They went where? To infrastructure. They partnered with Remgro. Remgro Pemani Fund, Infrastructure Fund. They went out to raise money, about $250 million. So I'm saying it's a battle in that space, and as professionals, we need to go with a holistic package. Thank you so much.
Mr. Mkhize, I'm always fascinated by economists and the threading of the classical economic principles and the manner in which they set up, particularly what I might be calling a motif or a pattern or a tapestry of how things mesh together to give us the actual context within which we live. However, there's the key question which maybe will come during the Q&A answer. And that question is fundamentally what's then to be done? What's then to be done? And I suppose inherently within that, it's also the question that says, as a member of PPF, what's in it for me? After all of this, how do we break it down into sizable chunks within which we can identify opportunities? But once again, let's once again give him a round of applause. And thank you for those engaging questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now priming ourselves for an address by the MEC, and that address is really going to be a scene-setting environment. It's not what would classically be a keynote address, but I'd like to maybe phrase it as a scene-setting. And into introducing the MEC, I'd like to call Uhlalo, Dr. Shabalala, to introduce the Honorable MEC. Dr. Shabalala, sir.
Thanks, Puti. Let me start by informing the MEC that MEC among us in this meeting today are a few other leaders of the PPF that I will just like to mention by name. The PPF exists nationally, and we are happy today to have a member of the National Executive Committee of the PPF, Unathi Mthethwa. Sikubone nje uhlala eduze komuntu omuhle khona kuzobonakala engathi naye khona into ekhona. We also have a region of Iteku being represented by Usihlalo, Comrade Ukaya Tango. I do not know where his Nobhala is, Comrade Umboneni. Oh, yes, yena uthe kuba dark ke. My kutaka bonakala. We also have members from the Moses Mabhida region. I saw Comrade Bongani Kati. Uyaswenka ke yena, among other things. From we also have from MDR uQwabe angimbonanga uhleliphi. We also have we from the PEC usihlalo ngeke introduce unobhala ukhona unomusa wakwambatha uyahlonipha umakunene. We also have Utabile. I think Utabile is the busy one, MEC. She's moved out doing some errands. But we also have Comrade Mahlaba sitting next to Comrade Unathi. There are other members. I see that from Emalahleni region, we've got Upegi Pega. I have not seen other members, but we are growing in KwaZulu-Natal, and we've just launched one region, Emalahleni. We are going to a region in Ngicabanga ukuthi izoba interest enkulu ku-MEC very soon, and we are launching it. Now, the person I'm introducing is a deployee of the African National Congress, an MEC who's very passionate about youth development, an MEC who, in a very few days that he's already occupied the position is in, has met almost all the members of the department. All he wants from everybody is efficiency. He's argued even before he became MEC about the issues of payment of service providers. So those who are service providers, you have an advocate here. He wants you to be paid and be paid on time. He's very much into the issues of the expanded public works programs. He's also passionate about building KZN into a land of prosperity. I think answering some of the questions that are raised by Comrade to Israel. He is one person, he doesn't want people to be late. Now, that's why I was afraid of even going into that meeting, that way we started briefing him. He loves respect. angicabanga ukuthi kuvele kuvuke enye into yasenquthu uma ngabe ungasho usitshengisa ukuthi awumrespect or you don't respect even other people. So this is the person that I'm introducing. Is it correct, MEC, to say a farm boy? MEC, the podium is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Osiphathele uhlelo lwanamhlanje, moderator. Thank you, Chairperson. Sihlalo, siyabonga kakhulu. Amazwi okusethula. Let me greet the moderator, Ubaba Mutswahaye, Ubaba Usihlalo we-PPF, Babshabalala, the deputy of the PPF, Babu Ngam, secretary, Siyabingelela, kakhulu, treasurer, I'm not sure whether corner, but even in his absence, we greet him as well. Then Sibingelele, the leadership of my departments, the two departments, it's two separate departments. It's the departments of human settlements and public works. There is the HOD of human settlements, Baba Uzung. There is an acting HOD of public works, Baba Umajola. And then there is COO from human settlements, Baba Pengu. There is Uma Muntanzi from public works. She is the acting DDG, where immovable assets, the immovable assets, underline that one. She's the acting DDG of that one. We also want to greet Babu Makanya from Vuma FM, presenter and the entrepreneur. Baba Israel, he's a gospel singer. Yes, we note that he's also dealing with other parts. I'm trying to reduce the other part because I can see that a lot is coming out of it. And then we also want to greet the entire intelligentsia from the PPF. We hear that there is the national leadership, Nyambos. Thank you so much for your presence. The leadership from the eThekwini region, Moses Mabhida region, the Malahleni region, and everyone who's inside here, we greet you. We are very happy to be part of this conversation. I want to start on a different note, Chairperson. It's been almost 70 days since I've been in the department, the two departments. This is my first engagement with such a body. It's true, Chairperson, that I've met almost the entire collective or army of workers in both departments, literally all of them, from the first one to the last one. I've met all of them because I always believe if you want to steer the ship forward and make sure that people understand the direction, they need to know what is in your head and what you are thinking and what is your vision, from the first to the bottom. Not only the officials, the executives, and the key managers and all those ones, but if the vision is not understood by the one at the lower level, that vision is just as good as non-existing. But I always tell them all the time that when I meet them, when I meet these teams from different regions, I get scared. When I say I get scared, not because I get scared of something else or whatever, but I get scared because it becomes the first time for me to meet them. When you meet people for the first time, you become scared because you respect them, not because you fear them. It's the respect you afford them. So today I'm meeting PPF. PPF, not just any structure. And I'm scared again, very scared of meeting PPF. Because I'm meeting, I said it's the intelligentsia, I'm meeting the bright minds. I'm meeting with the bright minds, but all I know is that after this conversation and the engagement, moderator, these departments will come out as the better people. We are going to gain quite a lot. We appreciate the opportunity, Chairperson, that we were given by the PPF to invite us. When they wanted to see us, we said, it's an opportunity not to be missed, because these are thinkers. These are the people who can be critical when they analyze. But I always call them the bright minds. At times, I get offended when some will use a term, because to me, when you become a professional, it's because you've gone through a particular system and you've been trained on a particular field. And some, when they ridicule professionals, in particular our black professionals, they will call them clever blacks. And I become so offended with that term, because to me, you are reducing the cream of the crop to be non-starters because you want to feed to whatever narrative that you want to. So I want you to know from the beginning that having you here, indeed, to some of us, it's really an opportunity that we can't miss. And the respect we have for you, it's the biggest respect you can think of. We know very well that having you here, we are going to be empowered. We are going to benefit quite a lot. In fact, we are going to get quite a lot of information that is going to help us to move forward, because we've got a responsibility to make sure that this country becomes prosperous. Babu Mkhize has narrated quite a very dim or dark picture of the situation in the country, which I believe all of us seated here, we understand it. But seated here, I believe we can't be just theorizing only. We must come with solutions. As the moderator has said, that then what do we do? It can't just be us raising challenges. By nature, I must say I'm a pragmatist. I'm just a pragmatist by nature. I believe in practical stuff. I believe in us moving things and changing things. If we can't change things, then we must just go home. It's either we go big or we go home. And I'm quite certain that having PPF being partners with us, having PPF engaging us, we are indeed going to go big. We will never go home. We will make things to happen, and then we'll change things and have an impact to the society of this province and this country in general. Chairperson, first and foremost, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the leadership of the Progressive Professionals Forum. I'm grateful that today marks the beginning of an ongoing partnership between my office and this Progressive Forum. Yesterday, I issued a statement in which I offered to utilize the intellectual power base which is available in this province and the country as a whole. It is for these reasons, Chairperson, that I'm mandated my office to coordinate this session with the PPF. In everything that we do as human settlements and public works, we want you as professionals to make a contribution. You are significant to us. You've got a role to play. Our doors are open. We want to work with you. We need your contributions. Want to have a pool of diversity of opinions that will help ensure that we have speed and efficiency in the delivery of socio-economic infrastructure throughout the corners of the province. We undertake to work with PPF in all regions as part of the stimulation of intellectual debate on the progressive agenda. Indeed, Chairperson, you are correct. One of the things that I'm fascinated with, or something that's at the top of my list, is the issue of speed of delivery. It's the issue of efficiency. As the government, I believe we need to be able to be responsive on time. We need to deliver on time. We need to be efficient. It's very important. If we are unable to master that, we continue to use policy as the hindrance of delivery, then we might as well believe that for the past 27 years and the next 27 years, we'll be still where we are today. So the issue of speed and efficiency, when the Premier delivered his State of the Province address, he gave us a mandate that we need to quicken the tempo when it comes to service delivery. And I've made it our mantra, I've made it our focus that we deliver in speed, but again, it will need quite many opinions, quite a lot of people to come in and advise us on different ways of doing this and making sure that we master the issue of speed. We are trying with this department. I always say it's time where we need to change things. I've challenged everyone in the department, every worker, from the HOD down to the last worker. I have said we need to come up with new ideas. We need to come up with new technologies on how to do things. We need to be innovative. We can't be talking about building infrastructure and use ways and means that were used 20 years, 30 years back. If other countries have moved, we must move. Because if we're unable to move, we'll be left behind. And if we're left behind, then other countries will always be ahead of us. So I've challenged everyone that let's go out, let's go and research, let's go and read, let's come up with new ways of doing things. If our SCM processes are hindering progress, then let's bring in new technology in our SCM processes. If how we deliver infrastructure, the brick and mortar stuff is not helping us to speed up processes, we must come up with new ideas. Other countries are capable of doing it, and we must be able to do that, because we must be able to change things. I always say our arrival, avoiding to say my arrival, our arrival in the two departments is not going to, akuzukudumizulu, but we must raise the bar. We find the bar somewhere, we found the bar somewhere. We can't allow the bar to remain there. We need to raise the bar a bit higher. That is our responsibility. And you can only do that by allowing such sessions, by allowing such bright minds to come in and help you, by allowing such great thinkers to come in and debate with you, engage you, come up with multiple opinions that can help you to progress and be able to do what you think is correct. Importantly, Program Director, I have no doubt that the lineup of speakers and the structure of today's session will stimulate that intellectual debate. I want all of us to leave this conference center inspired and determined to play a leading role in the building of this province. By the way, this infrastructure that we are seated in was built by Public Works. Everything is owned by Public Works. We'll borrow you in one of the days, PPF. You must never fear that. We'll lend you this infrastructure. We want it to be, as the program director has said, we really want a festival of ideas, to thrive in this structure. It's a structure where the province would want to have quite a lot of engagements, where we're able to facilitate quite a lot of progress for our province. Having said that, program director, I'm reminded of the words of Mother Teresa, who once said, at the end of life, will not be judged by how many diplomas and degrees we have acquired, how much money we have made, how many great things we have done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to proclaim that we want to be judged favorably about our role towards the liberation of the people of our beautiful land from the yoke of poverty, underdevelopment, and unemployment. Today we live in a free and democratic society because of the sacrifices of struggle stalwarts such as Anton Lembede, A.P. Mda, and many others. These are fallen heroes who belong to the crop of young people who paid the highest price humanly possible for this freedom. The big question that we must ask ourselves today is, do we understand the true meaning of our freedom? Can we ever understand the true value or meaning of freedom unless we understand what it took to attain this freedom? As professionals, you should appreciate what we have inherited and seriously ponder what would you do if the freedom we have as a country was taken away. And I believe amongst all of us, no one will ever, at any given moment, will ever want us to lose the freedom we have achieved. I believe all we need to do is to make sure that we change the structure of the economy. I think that's the most important thing seated here that we need to deal with as well. The professionals of today remain highly privileged because we have lived so soon after the end of apartheid and seen the dawn of democracy and lived during the days of Madiba through a once-in-a-lifetime event such as the 2010 FIFA World Cup. Today's professionals are privileged indeed to have also inherited the country led by the great liberation movement, the African National Congress. and I believe no one can doubt that, the African National Congress is the great liberation movement to ever come out of this great continent of Africa. The ANC is a great school for leadership that has produced statesmen, intellectuals, thinkers, leaders of note, who have not just matured to be leaders of our struggle for freedom and democracy, but had attained huge international recognition and respect amongst the world leaders. That's why professionals have a responsibility to always be part of ANC. Not only be part of ANC based on invitations, but in the body of the ANC, where everything happens in the ANC, starting from the branch of the ANC, where we start to make policies, going to regional conferences, provincial conferences, national conferences, going to policy conferences. Progressive professionals must be in the body of the ANC and make sure that you influence that body. It's very painful that today, resolutions of the ANC are questioned because other people believe those resolutions were wrongly taken. In a conference of the ANC, where we believe great minds are there. So professionals have got a serious space in the ANC. We can't just be called or be said we belong to the ANC, we are aligned to the ANC, we are ANC members, but we don't participate in the ANC. Go and participate in that ANC, lead those branches of the ANC, lead those regions of the ANC, the provinces of the ANC, flood that NEC. Earlier on, we were told that, in fact, the ANC, by the chairperson of PPF, that, in fact, the ANC was formed by professionals. It's a fact. So professionals must continue playing their role in the ANC. If you leave that ANC to people who want to use it for their own agendas, wrong agendas, that ANC will die and collapse. And this country without an ANC that is progressive, with bright minds, this country is doomed. I'm persuading professionals. Go and play your role in the ANC. It needs you. We need bright minds in the ANC. We can't be told and be said to be the organization that go to conferences and sing and nothing else. That's not what the ANC should be about. It must be about the festivals of progressive ideas, not just ideas, not just any idea. It's a challenge that I'm throwing at you as well. Being in a branch doesn't lower you at any level. In fact, leading a branch of the ANC is a privilege. You are given a huge task. If we say ANC belongs to the branches, it means it belongs to you. You will be able to influence it correctly, understanding the dynamics of the world in general, whether you talk about economy or any other thing, but you understand the dynamics of the world. We need to take forward that legacy of dedication for the true freedom of people of this province. Program Director, today we are also here to ask the question, what is expected of the professionals of today, living under a free democratic dispensation, as opposed to the professionals under the apartheid system who were thrust into the jaws of apartheid to rescue our country from oppression and create a new democratic society? Again, amongst us here, there are those who have seen it both, who were part of the system, the apartheid system. They've experienced the West, but again, they are part of the new dispensation. They've seen now the new life. But we need to make this new life the real new life that is going to make a difference to our people. Freedom refers to a state of complete psychosocial and economic emancipation, to live free of oppression, prejudice based on social status, race, class, culture, gender, religion, disability, and political, legal, economic, cultural, or other considerations. Freedom without access to quality health care is not what Solomon Mahlangu fought for. Freedom that coexists with underdevelopment and deep poverty is not true freedom. Freedom is indivisible. There can be no freedom for some and not for all. Freedom has to be for all. It can't be only the few that benefits from our freedom. All our people must feel that they are benefiting in the freedom that we acquired. But again, they must feel free. And it's all in our hands. For me, that's why I always say we can't continue theorizing and raising challenges without solutions. We must be solution-driven. Raise the challenges. How Israel has raised quite a lot of challenges, and we've got a task. How do we then define the path forward in trying to resolve these challenges? We can't go out continuously complaining about this president, about this deputy president, about this one and this one, about this premier. What becomes our role? Where we are in particular. I always ask a question. You are deployed somewhere, you are employed somewhere. What becomes your role? That's why I took a decision that where I am, we must shape things and shake things. We must move things. But they can only move if we bring everyone together. And don't be a coward and fear being exposed. You can only gain experience when you are in such sessions. You can only gain ideas and knowledge when you are with bright minds like you. And that's why I'm happy that you are here. Ours has been defined as a national democratic revolution because it entailed more than just attainment of what has been defined in classical terms as bourgeoisie's democracy, but is a fundamental program of transformation of society led by the motive forces, which are the classes and social strata that stand to benefit most from the process of change that we still need to drive. This basically entails that the process to be taken forward will rely on constant mobilization of masses of our people to be the architect and masters of their own development and advancement. This means that we need to utilize democracy, the political freedom that has been achieved to fight for equality and in particular economic power and emancipation. The professionals of today must arm themselves with the capacity to respond to the challenges that face society today. History has not imposed the same responsibility to the professionals of today as was the case in the 1960s and 1976 up to the 90s. There is no need to the supreme sacrifice as it happened to the many young professionals whose lives were cut short. I'm happy because today all professionals under the umbrella of progressive body like PPF are here to guide this government on strategies and programs that will ensure that we eradicate poverty, eliminate legacy of apartheid. This legacy is clearly visible because those who are poor are mainly black, rural and peri-urban dwellers, and largely uneducated and unskilled and unemployment. I want to labor a bit on this one. In South Africa, when you talk about poverty, you talk about blackness. When you put a picture of poverty in South Africa, you put a picture of a black man. Sadly, that even our people will have accepted that poverty must be black. When they see a white person being poor or a beggar, they feel sorry for that white person. But a black person, it's normalized that black people must be on the road and begging. They must be poor. That is the the sad state of the country. We need to change it. Poverty can't be black. We are not being racist. Poverty can't be African in particular. Because again, we must be specific. And don't fear talking about it. Africans are the ones in majority who are poor and are in poverty and engulfed by poverty. They are the ones who are living in squalor in this country. And if as government we are unable to do anything about it, but again, us as deployees, I always say, us as deployees, what are we doing about it? Are we enjoying blue lights every day? That I'm going to arrive earlier than the HOD from the same funeral because I've got blue lights and it ends there. I go home and sleep. While there are people who are living in Mayville having no houses. And I go and sleep peacefully, eat at home. I'm saying, I've said it. They know in the departments. It can't continue. And I'm challenging everyone that it can't continue. It has to be changed by us, nobody else. It's now or never. If we're unable to change it, it will never change. In fact, our children will insult us one day. They will say, what did you do to change the picture? You came with policies, you came with resolutions, you fought about those resolutions, but what did you do? You were once an MEC or once an HOD. You were employed at a strategic position in an SOE. What did you do? And you say, no, the legislation and the policy that was there were hindering transformation. No. We had whites and Indians who were doing this and that. What did you do? Instead, we are fighting amongst each other. We are fighting amongst each other for no reason. And the fight is not about changing the lives of our people. It's about us accessing money and nothing else. And it can't continue. I disagree with it. That's why some of us will continue staying in Ngutu Lapis Luchan. I wake up every day from Ngutu Luchan. I live with poverty every day. Every day I wake up as Luchan, I see poverty. And it conscientizes you that you need to bring change. I'm not saying it's wrong to stay in large and plush places. Don't hear me badly or wrongly. There is nothing wrong with it. But I'm orientated differently. I believe that if I live with those people, it will forever remind me that there is much work that needs to be done. You can't go and sleep while you know there are people that need help, while you are given positions of responsibilities. Being called an executive, you just enjoy going to address meeting, you just enjoy sitting, having lunches every day, you enjoy sleeping in hotels, flying and everything. But what do you do for the people? To me, it's about that. To me, it's practical. It should be about that. What do you do? What are you doing? Bring these bright minds. They will help you. They will help you to change things if you can't think. If you don't have ideas, they will give you ideas. And they are black. That's what I like. Not saying whites can't give us. But Africans will help you more. And they will fast track the change because you know the reality, all of you. I'm happy today the leadership of PPF is saying our discussion must be focused on policy choices available in the manner we manage the economy. How to ensure that resources are beneficial to more people. While the ANC-led government has adopted various policies to create a prosperous South Africa, it is correct that the professionals should table issues for discussions. As professionals, you must be seized with searching for solutions facing society. Solution-driven, no lamenting. We must not fear debates, even if we do not win the argument. But we need more ideas to get solutions. This is what our session is all about today. And I'm pleading with everyone here. We must debate. We must raise any painful issue. We must face any painful truth. Because that's when we'll be able to come up with ideas that are going to take us forward. In fact, I always say there is no challenge that we can't resolve. We must confront all challenges and resolve all of them. But if we don't confront them, we won't resolve them. We'll continue lamenting and theorizing and fight amongst each other until death. And they come and take power. I don't know what we'll say. We must not fear debate even if we don't win the arguments. We must ask ourselves what freedom means to people who live in poverty, the unemployed, those afflicted with preventable diseases, the homeless, and those who live in shacks. What is the role of professionals in addressing these challenges? On infrastructure revolution, which I think is strategic in reviving our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, as Public Works and Human Settlements, we have agreed that we need to ensure that all resources at our disposals are used to address these challenges. We have stated that despite the gains made by the ANC-led government over the past 27 years, we still need to ensure the provision of adequate infrastructure. We have emphasized that the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, has been drawing to our attention the fact that infrastructure will be the flywheel to drive economic growth through the tough economic conditions that had been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also indicated in various platforms that a massive infrastructure program of more than 2.7 trillion rands, which the President has announced. In addition, we have also highlighted that the fact that Provincial Treasury announced that for KwaZulu-Natal province alone, there is a 2021-2022 total infrastructure budget allocation, which amounts to 16.4 billion rands. We're talking about your province now. Of this amount, existing infrastructure assets received the largest share, approximately, which is about 57.8% at 9.5 billion rands. Non-infrastructure expenditure not directly linked to construction of infrastructure assets received the second largest share at 2.2 billion rands, while new infrastructure assets received 1.6 billion rands. And I've said to these two departments, I'm raising this because I'm here, but I can raise it anyway. I said I've got an interest, I've got a personal interest to know where this money is going. When I say I want to know where the money is going, not to know who's getting the tender, the name of the companies, I don't have interest. I've got an interest on the race. Where this money is going. The end user of the money, where is it going, the race? I've got serious interest and they know it. We want to change it. It can't be a theory that we want to transform the economy, but we don't do anything about it. We get so much budget, but the budget, again, what Israel was saying here, beneficiaries are exactly not the people that we intend this money to benefit. It becomes those who've got billions of rands. We want to change it. And we have started changing it. We said we're not going to wait and say, no, siyafika. Akukho nto wafika yona la kwa government. Uyafika uqhube nje kusetshenzwe kuye phambili. We have agreed with all categories of staff that we need to move with speed and be efficient in rollout of socio-economic infrastructure. It is important to acknowledge the fact that in the past, it took close to 5 years to construct a hospital or a school. We have agreed that such a prolonged construction of government infrastructure should be the thing of the past. It can't continue. I think we all agreed. We can't be a government that built a school for 7 years. What kind of government are we? A school for 7 years. Our people waiting for a school for 7 years. Telling people, no, we are still waiting for designs. And no, it's planning now. No, it's SCM. What is that? Why our systems take so long? I've said it can't continue. HOD, we've started building houses in 1 week now. Because it's about speed. We know it's still going to be a challenge. We're not saying it's going to happen today. It's going to be a process, but we want it to happen. And we need you to assist us to make it happen. We don't want to build a hospital for 10 years. Building a hospital for 10 years. What kind of hospital is that? There is money. There is human resource and human capital to build a hospital. But we say processes are taking forever. Let's change the processes. I don't believe that processes take forever. I believe it's us who are taking forever. We are lazy. We don't want to do things. We don't care. It's about a don't care attitude. If kwenzekile, we'll see. And we've said it will never be business as usual. But it starts with a leader. If a leader is business as usual, then everything will be a business as usual. If you sleep, everything you sleep. If you sleep emsebenzini akulalwa emsebenzini. That's our belief thina lapha emakhaya. Umsebenzi uyagadwa. Awungawugadile umsebenzi uzolala. You rather not sleep, but make sure that people benefit and they are happy. On education infrastructure, on education front, we have committed ourselves to support the education system in our province. We are doubling our efforts to clear a huge backlog affecting the education system. We have a program focusing on the building of new schools, libraries, new additional classes, science laboratories, perimeter fencing of schools, sanitation, and water provision. We are called upon to assist our children to acquire the best education possible to ensure that they are not left behind. We believe that education is the foundation upon which the future of our province is built. This is the matter that our HOD as a panel member will also reflect on. We do have challenges, we can't lie. Because I can't sit here and claim that we are doing everything correctly. We are challenged at Public Works. I must say it in front of all of you. There are gaps. Our internal controls are not at the best. Our SCM systems are not at its best. But again, the manner things are done. It's been business as usual. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. By the way, the solid foundation that has been laid by my predecessors, like Abo Comrade Peki, I'm grateful that have arrived in departments that are solid. They've laid a solid foundation. But there are challenges. We are unable to pay service providers on time. It's worse, it's bad. We are killing black businesses. The SMMEs are black in majority. So we do have challenges. We want to resolve them, and we are not going to hide them. We expect them to provide us with infrastructure on time, but we don't pay them. They can't pay their employees, they can't buy material, they go under, they are liquidated, they abandon the site, we remove them from site, we get another black person to come and work, and then we do the same. For how long are we going to do it? It can't continue. It's wrong. It's very wrong. It's us. That's us. Talking about us now. But we are working on it. We are working on it. It's not going to be easy. Quite a lot has happened over the years. Quite a lot has happened over the years. It needs us to be aggressive and be practical. That's why I always say we must theorize but also be practical. The two must work together. On health, regarding health, Chairperson, regarding healthcare infrastructure, we pride ourselves as an implementer of choice when it comes to health infrastructure over the past financial year. Since the outbreak of COVID-19 in March 2020, we delivered state-of-the-art field hospitals with the total budget of 96 million rands. With a budget of 1 billion rands, we also refurbished existing public hospitals across the province to ensure quality healthcare. Indeed, I believe those who are in health will tell you, Public Works excelled when it comes to us building the field hospitals during the COVID-19. And I said, if we can do it on field hospitals, why can't we do it across the board? It means we are selective. We want to do where we think this will suit us for another reasons. Other challenges that we are faced with professionals, it's professionals that are in our departments. Professionals who are colluding with outside service providers. Professionals who will ask for bribes before they pay an invoice. Professionals who will give out tender information to service providers of their choice. They've got their preferred service providers, they'll leak information for them. They'll even give them information to challenge us and take us to court because it's their people. We've got professionals who are like that. And they are professionals. There is serious collusion amongst some of our employees. That is hindering progress as well. But it needs us to deal with it. And we are going to deal with it. But I also want to deal with this issue of us being an implementer of choice. Frankly, they know my stance on it. Public Works is said to be the implementer of choice of government. An implementing agent of choice. We are not. Literally, we are not. We are failing to be an implementer of choice. Because we are unable to provide government with infrastructure on time. But again, I'm saying we are not because we are still competing with others. If we are still competing with IDT, Kucha, and others, it means we are not the implementer of choice. We must up our ante and be the implementer of choice. But it will take us efficiency and doing things correctly and be able to be an implementer of choice. On social development infrastructure, ladies and gentlemen, when we fought for our democracy, we had a vision to create a caring and compassionate nation. Any nation will always be judged on the basis of how it cares for all the vulnerable people in its midst. We also have a responsibility to deal with the psychological trauma inflicted during apartheid violence, which could be an explanation for antisocial behavior and conduct we see amongst our people. This one, it will need its own conversation one day by the ANC. Our social development and welfare system is being strengthened to focus strongly on services for the people living with disabilities, supporting the creation of dedicated facilities for care and promoting physical access to all buildings, shelters and services for the protection of abused children and women will be strengthened in all municipalities. Working with the police and civil society to provide shelter homes, as Public Works, we are playing a leading role in this regard. The fast tracking of title deeds, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, allow me to turn my focus to the issue of human settlements. We have made a bold statement indicating our determination to deal decisively with the long-term negative impact of Group Areas Act. We have stated that the eradication of the title deeds backlog on government subsidized housing and the promotion of security of tenure in a medium-term strategic framework priority. We are fast-tracking the issuing of title deeds not only to facilitate homeowners' entry into the economy, but also to provide dignity of full ownership. Our people have never owned anything in this country. When we issue title deeds, the joy you will see. You will realize that our people is for the first time they start to own property. We know it's just, it's just a tint. But we believe it's important that our people start to own their houses. The backlog that is there, dating back from the pre-1994 houses up until now, we are working on it. We are trying to make sure that we deal with it. I must have to point out that in my first 100 days of assumption as MEC for the Human Settlements and Public Works, I have shared the joy of handing out 2,499 title deeds to homeowners in 4 local municipalities: Greater Kokstad Municipality, Mandeni Municipality, Moimpofana Municipality, and Endumeni Municipality. I have shared one of the touching stories when the department, in conjunction with the eThekwini mayor, handed over a title deed to a centenarian, 107 years old, Gogo Jalmani Zungu, who lives in Ntuzuma F. I'm setting up a task team that will work around the clock to speed up the issuing of title deeds so that we can play a significant role in enhancing asset ownership. In 2021-2022 financial year, we target to deliver 10,949, about 11,000 title deeds throughout the province, as opposed to the target of 2,900 title deeds that was delivered in the previous financial year. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the issues that we will elaborate more about during our session. Radical economic transformation on emerging contractors. They know when I talk about radical economic transformation, what else I'm going to say. When I talk about radical economic transformation, I always say I mean radical economic transformation in its true sense. Not the radical economic transformation that other people would want to use for their own agendas. Because we must be frank about it. If we don't talk about it, we'll allow such things to continue. And it's wrong. It's the policy of the ANC, and some of us are determined to implement it. The true sense of radical economic transformation, not imsangano eminye buyenziwe, and I'm saying it frankly here. Before I conclude, I want to remind all of you, as professionals, that the reason why we fought to dismantle apartheid was because we wanted to live in a free democratic state with access to economic opportunities. I have stated that it is clear to all now that unless something drastic is done, economic exclusion remains the biggest threat to our democracy and freedom. There is an increasing number of South Africans who feel marginalized and denied opportunities. It is often the sheer hunger, brutality, and violent nature of poverty that creates social instability. We must say with one voice that we love our freedom so much that we are not prepared to allow poverty to stand between us and our spirit of freedom. We have also acknowledged that government alone has no chance of dealing a permanent blow on poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment, unless government departments work together and also ensure that government works hand in hand with professional bodies such as this body, PPF. On this important gathering, I wish to state that both departments, I mean both departments, that I'm leading, that have been given an opportunity to lead, will continue to focus on the implementation of the policy of radical economic transformation. We do have policies already, and we want to enhance them. We want to implement radical economic transformation without any fear. Asifuna ukuba namahloni mawukhuluma nge-radical economic transformation usabe makukhona ezinye inhlanga as if ku-wrong. It's deliberate, and we want to do it deliberate. We view this policy as a vital element of provinces' poverty alleviation and de-racialization of the economy, Premier Sihle Zikalala has been very bold in ensuring that all government departments in this province allocate resources towards sustaining this radical economic transformation. As Public Works, we are going to accelerate our program on supporting the poor who through our history of apartheid are locked in the vicious cycle of poverty. We remain committed to ensure economic empowerment of women, youth, military veterans, and black Africans through SCM policy changes. We are changing our SCM policies to favor the previously disadvantaged, to favor the Africans. It's important. We must say it has to happen. Because if you don't change the policy, we'll continue to lament and start to say again, it's the policy issue. Then change the policy. It's important. The quantum of our procurement spending relative to the overall budget needs to grow exponentially for any real dent to be made. This is a matter we are committed to reporting on regularly in the portfolio committee. I have since instructed the head of department and senior managers to come up with a concrete plan that will enforce the radical economic transformation in the department. A plan will inter alia ensuring inclusion of RET conditions in tender documents for the new contracts pertaining to identified commodities. Because if we don't do it, it won't happen. Significant interventions in advancing radical socio-economic transformation will take place within the infrastructure sector. The following 4 pillars of the strategy are instructive in this regard: contractor development, incubation and mentorship, construction material and manufacturing support. Because if we continue buying material everywhere, and we are not buying it from the very same people that we say we want to develop, then we're as good as doing nothing. If we don't support our emerging contractors, incubate them, then we're just throwing them to the dogs, and they will be beaten, and they won't survive. It's dog out there. Some people don't want to release the economy. They want to hold on to it, and it's understandable, because they've been there for too long. And we must be aggressive in changing it. Emerging professionals in the built environment. We want young professionals to come into the department. Both departments, for that matter. We have started programs where we want young professionals to come in. We're offering bursaries, internships program. We want bright minds, black Africans. It can't continue where we are told that black Africans can't be good in engineering, can't be good designers, can't be good architects, can't be good planners. We want black Africans to be part of our system. And we've got now a program that we have started, and we need your help because we want you in there. On property sector, as I'm closing, this one is one issue that I take serious, and it's a very motive issue. The last issue for deliberation is that of property sector transformation, Ms. Ntans. I have received many text messages and telephone calls since issuing that statement on our determination to transform this sector. I wish to use this platform to once again commit ourselves as Public Works to double our efforts to alter skewed economic patterns which we have for centuries, since the majority of our people pushed to the periphery and denied the economic opportunities. It is important to note that as part of the provision of office accommodation for all government departments, the department currently has 178 leases. I have stated that unfortunately, the ownership of such properties is not reflective of the demographic of this country and this province. I have committed the department to address the figures below. I'm just going to paint a picture in a minute. We are not being racist, we are factual, it's what is there. Indians have 99 leases, which is 44%, with a total lease portfolio of 344 million every year. Whites have 37 leases, which is 20%, with a total lease portfolio of 113 million rands. Listen to this one. You, black Africans, 15 leases, lousy 15 leases, which is 9%, not even a double figure. Let's go to figures. With a total lease portfolio, I was sabotaged here. But luckily, I know that figure. It's on top of my head. They wrote a percent again instead of the actual, which is just lousy 55 million rands. It's 55 million rands. Others are at 344 million. Others are 813 million. Black Africans are at 55 million. Just 55 million rands. I think we all agree it's wrong. I think we all agree it has to change. It doesn't matter who owns property. We can't continue. We wouldn't be asking for land if it's about who owns the land. We want it because it's owned by wrong people. They own quite a lot of land. But again, when it comes to property sector, it's the same issue with land. By the way, you can't own property if you don't have land. They go like this. There is one individual in Pietermaritzburg, very arrogant. I'm saying this openly. I'm lucky because nobody owns me. I don't owe anybody anything. I'm too old to tell. I'm now 44. I'm told, he even tell us that he will see if we want to transform this property sector, where are we going to get properties? Because he has taken everything. He owns literally everything, one individual. He takes us to court all the time. He has monopolized. This is a sector that has been monopolized. When we talk about monopoly, and let me tell you, we want you to come and be part of this sector. We are deliberate on it. We're even prepared to go to court on this one. We're deliberately asking black Africans, come in, we need you in this sector. This is the sector where serious monopoly is taking place, and it can't continue. And you know what property means. You are professionals. Property is very important. So this one, we're deliberate. We're going to go to media everywhere. There is media even today. That's why we're talking about it openly. But, excuse me, we want your help. You know what happens? We would advertise. Right now, we've got so many leases that have expired on a month-to-month basis. But we can't get properties from black Africans because we don't have. So what do we do? That's the big question. I want us to answer that question. What can we do to change it? We want you to be part of it. We want you to come with ideas. Help us. We want to deal with the legislation. We want to deal with the policy, everything, to suit the Africans to be part of it. On this one, I'm begging, we need you. We want black Africans to be part of benefiting in the property sector, as we've been talking about the other sectors. But this one, we are deliberate on it. We can't have arrogant people who will say, oh, it's fine, don't give me that tender, but I will see where you're going to get that property. And indeed, when we go out and look for the property, we won't get it. You go crawling back, no, we are back, we couldn't get it. And some of us, we don't want to be like that. We are just farm boys who believe once we are in a point of no return, don't turn back. So, but anyway, you can't have government offices being in the street, employees sitting in the... But on a serious note, I'm pleading with you. Let us deal with this. Let's come with ideas. We have started setting up a committee, a team already, that is going to be looking at this. This team will involve even some ANC comrades who are in the ETC, who are deliberate. I'm deployed by the ANC. That's not a mahlon to say that. And that's not a mahlon to tap into the resources that are at the disposal of the ANC. That's not a mahlon aloko. The issue of this thing, our deployment policy, challenging it. You know, let me tell you, ANC, there is nothing wrong when we deploy cadre deployment policy. There is nothing wrong with it. But again, we're going to tap into the body like PPF and get 1 or 2 or 3 comrades who have the know-how on the property sector and the issues of legislation and policy. But also are tapping in government, treasury, premier. We're bringing in bright minds that are going to help us to change it. Even private sector, we will be tapping into private sector. Want a team that is going to be aggressive on it. We change it, they take us to court, we pour money in, we challenge them, we defeat them, we change things. That's our attitude. In order to achieve the transformation objective in hiring of office accommodation, we'll move with speed to ensure that we establish the establishment of property owner database to explore the possibilities of some sort of exemption by National Treasury, provision of PPPFA. Bid documents should be amended with clauses preventing fronting through partnerships, because there is a lot of fronting. Engagements with relevant external stakeholders, especially financial institutions such as Itala, KZN Growth Funds, and other private institutions in order to assist previously disadvantaged groups. 51% of all facilities management services must be outsourced to the categories listed above. The department reserves the right not to award to bidders who have current leases with department to the cumulative value of 80 million rands. Where a party intends submitting a bid on its own behalf for its own benefit, utilizing the property owned by another party, entity, or individual, that party is required to submit an original mandate from the owner of the property authorizing the use of the property by the bidder, as well as shareholding partnership agreement setting out the relationship between both parties. Additionally, 30% of subcontracting to be enforced on buildings above 900 square meters, with stringent controls in terms of preventing fronting. Leases below 900 square meters will be ring-fenced for previously disadvantaged communities. In conclusion, I want to raise the issue that we are not doing well when it comes to issue of women in the Department of Public Works. We are committed to it. We are going to be employing professionals who are women deliberately. We are going to be doing that because it's a policy. It's a policy issue. It's not because Jomo wants that. It's because it's what the policy says. And I always say you must always be within the policy if you want to be safe. Always be within the policy. But again, when it comes to human settlements, we are very much determined to change the landscape of farm dwellers in this country and in this province in particular. They've been regarded as second-class citizens by our people. We are changing even there. When it comes to the issue of emerging contractors, it's the same stuff. There is quite a lot of work that has been done by both departments over the years to change the picture. We are going to continue on that trajectory. Ladies and gentlemen, my intention was not to make a long speech. I wanted just to set a tone for our session. Both Public Works and Human Settlements departments are undergoing a re-engineering of our approach to assist the province and the country to grow. We invite you as professionals to work with us in order to ensure that we make a long-lasting impact across all corners of this province. We believe in you. We came to meet with you because we know you are capable. We know you've got capacity. You know you can help us. Thank you very much. Siyabonga. 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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Siyabonga. Siyabonga. Siyabonga.
Honorable MEC, thank you very much for those kind words. Masimbonge wakhona MEC. MEC, I must say, at a point where the nomination and the opportunity to be a moderator here came, it was really in the anticipation of exactly the energy that has been transmitted to the audience today, and one is mighty grateful for that. And thank you very much. And perhaps to also just make further acknowledgements, we have been joined at the top of the panel by HOD, Mr. Zungu, Human Settlements, Babu Zungu Sagomkela. Thank you very much, sir. And then also to make acknowledgements, ko Babu Xolani Dube, Zubera Institute, Babu Dube, sakubingelela and welcome. MEC, in my simple basic calculation, your 70 days, if we extend it to the typical milestone of 100 days, you've got 30 days and you've got 30 more days. Okay, MEC.
I know I'm not supposed to say this. I'm not supposed to do this. Hey manje makhona noXolani Dube la usho ukuthi senkingeni. Kade yabona kade ngimbonile ngiyifanisa le ndoda ngithi hey kungabi uye. Hey manje senkingeni. One lighter note no siyabonga kakhulu.
MEC, let me also indicate that HOD Zungu no Mr. Dube, ngizobacela ukuthi bake bathi 1-2 words to really embellish the environment with their wisdom and kindness. And I was beginning to say there's the typical milestone of 100 days, which in understanding your opening remarks of 70 days, we are having 30 days through the month of June. So it's a major challenge in the context that has been set by Mr. Israel Mkhize around the economic landscape, but also the context that you have provided. One is encouraged very much in the extended invitation to Progressive Professionals Forum to really work and be blended into the public works and the human settlements departments to really share this pool of diversity of opinions. We are sitting here in the Archie Gumede Conference Center, and it evokes a particular sentiment when one remembers who Ubabu Gumede is. We are talking about a stalwart of the movement here. And, you know, and it's exactly the point that one typically comes from, where we are deployed from. And MEC, one is grateful for that. We are coming now, MEC, to the second part of our engagement, and it really then affords our esteemed audience to then start engaging. And that engagement is really going to be really putting our panelists on the spot to get a perspective from them and to really devolve and define a little bit more elaborately on some of the policy positions as well as the strategic implementation points that are going to be executed. And perhaps it's appropriate that as we start, maybe Uba Majol, to prime you, and as I give the context, we're mindful that on various platforms, the MEC has spoken about the approaches is based on the institutionalization of the infrastructure development and management system, as well as the EPW program. Perhaps, if I could just put you on the spot to give us an overview of what these elements entail and what the benefit would be. And it's also in the context of what I had made as an acronym of WIFM. WIFM being what's in it for me? And that's typically the question that is inherently being asked, I'm sure, by the audience here. And it's going to be applicable perhaps to all the panelists to say what's in it for me. As you outline from your professional perspective, ultimately I want the concluding remark to always be able to decipher the point and really break it down to a point of what the benefit is ultimately going to be. So Baba Majola, it's really to get a perspective on IDMS, a strategic overview of the department, and more pertinently on how EPWP opportunities would then pervade to our members. Thank you very much. Baba Majola.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to the Honorable MEC, national leadership of PPF, as well as the provincial leadership, and all colleagues. I will start with EPWP. EPWP is a program that was meant to alleviate poverty, especially for unemployed in the entire country. In the entire country, through temporal job opportunities that are meant to be created to ensure that they do have something to put on that table. But over the years, we have since improved EPWP. We now want all stakeholders to look into EPWP in context of economic recovery as well as economic opportunities, and also job creations in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. That's our aim with regard to EPWP. However, having said that, we're all aware that EPWP remains the largest government job or employment programs in the entire world. That's EPWP. So therefore, we need to have far investment, we need to have more investment on this program because it does assist quite a number of our people in the province. It also assists us in ensuring that beneficiaries, they do able to get skills development as well as training while they're with EPWP program. That will also assist them to acquire training. That will also assist them in terms of sustaining themselves after the EPWP program, after they've exited the program. That's our main focus currently. But having said that, I must also indicate that a lot has been done around the issue of professionals in the department in a form of assist them to acquire their degrees and masters in a form of offering bursaries. However, we still have a long way to go in terms of job opportunities in form of economic growth, economic opportunities in the department. That's where we're a little bit behind, but through this kind of forum, we will be in a position to be assisted to get views and ideas on how can we better ourselves in ensuring that we improve our procurement systems in the province when it's come to professional employment in a form of companies. Also, going to the IDMS. IDMS, it's a government systems that is there to ensure proper infrastructure planning. That will also deal with silo mentality between all government spheres. It might be local municipality, district municipalities, as well as provincial government, including the national government. Want to ensure that that thing is being addressed through the IDMS. The other one is the issue of ensuring that we've got budgeting. We follow necessary processes when it comes to budgeting of infrastructure of the province. Because it can't be that you just wake up in the morning and say, we want to have this kind of a project. There should be some identification and assessment that need to be undertaken in terms of quite a number of issues, feasibility in terms of the budget, whether are you going to have fund or not. The other one also is the issue of procurement. How do we do procurement? That IDMS is just giving us some guidance in terms of how are we expected as government to procure. In the space of procurement, as I indicated, to say that's where we're a little bit lacking. As much as there are quite a number of legislative mandates that also hinders ourselves to ensure that in a short space of time we will really achieve the issue of the radical economic transformation, but we are getting there. Slowly we are getting there. And also deal with the issue of the delivery. Who are the people that are delivering the infrastructure in the province in terms of race group? I must indicate that at the lower level, from grade 1 up to grade, in terms of contractors, from grade 1 up to grade 6 or up to 7, the majority is black. Where we have serious challenges is from CIDP grade 8, 7, 8, and 9. That space is currently dominated by Indian as well, and also white, and also colored. Black people are nowhere to be found currently. As much as we've done quite a number of systems in terms of coming with functionality criteria that will also assist black people to come on board, but also must indicate before this forum that we still have some challenges in terms of just the documentation. Proper documentation by our people. That's where we're lacking as well, as professionals. I'm saying this for both contractors as well as professionals. The information that we expect to be supporting a bid document is still an issue of concern from our side. We really also request that we look into it very closely. The other one is the issue of the operations as well as maintenance of the existing infrastructure. That's how IDMS is guiding to say, don't just look at the infrastructure during the construction stage, but also over a long period, the lifespan of the infrastructure that you anticipate to deliver. It must have the kind of processes and procedures that need to ensure that the lifespan is being kept in good condition. And also evaluation of the infrastructure that we've already constructed. Then we move to the district development model. I'll normally say this is just one plan for district municipalities across the board in the province. It just ensures that there is an integration between all government spheres, including the private sector as well. Why we are saying that? There has been a lack of supporting infrastructure to investment or economic infrastructure development. For example, we do have quite a massive development that's currently taking place between eThekwini and Maritzburg, but those developments are not being supported in terms of the bulk infrastructure. So therefore, the issue of one plan, one district is very vital in this stage, because the planning processes should also talk to the bulk infrastructure that will support the investment that developers want to put to the province. In short, the DDM wants to improve what we call IDPs. Let's have a valid and reasonable and informed IDPs across all our district municipalities. As Public Works currently in the province, we have started the process of reviewing our organizational structure to ensure that it's being aligned with the DDM. What are we saying by that? We want to ensure that our district offices, which are aligned with district municipalities, they should be in a position to deliver the infrastructure that is within their boundaries. It can't be that head office from Pietermaritzburg will go all the way to Umkhuze for just one project because of the value now is being done at a higher level, which is the provincial level. That's what we need to improve, as well as the alignment in terms of engagement. The district manager should be in a position to engage and take decision at that level with district municipality managers as well as mayors. That's what we want to ensure. We want to decentralize the functions as well as of the department moving forward. In terms of what do we have for professionals in the department, I must indicate that opportunities, we've got plenty of opportunities in this Department of Public Works in the province, especially when it comes to both infrastructure as well as asset management. The Honorable MEC has already indicated to say, with regard to the property sector, what is happening in terms of the race as well as in terms of the value of the lease portfolio. On the other side, with regard to infrastructure, we are dealing or developing infrastructure in the province for client department that is amounting to plus or minus 2 billion per year. So what it means we can't do those things alone as Public Works. We've got the responsibility to appoint professionals to assist, because we don't have that kind of capacity to run the entire infrastructure in the province. So opportunities are there. Unfortunately for now, we are advertising for each and every project that we envisage to implement in the province. However, we are also looking into other options, procurement, alternative procurement options, in terms of how can we better ourselves and ensure that we do have a sound and informed panel of professionals in respective discipline when it's come to built environment. We have already started in engaging with other provinces in the country to say how are they managing their system to ensure that the delays that we're encountering when we are procuring for professionals or construction, they are massive. Remember, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we still have we've got something called appeals. Appeals alone, they take almost 6 to 8 months to get resolved. That's delayed the entire process in terms of the infrastructure delivery. Thank you very much, Chair. I can just request my colleague who's responsible for the property sector maybe to add. Thank you.
Very much. I was really captivated by the statistics that the MEC cited, particularly on the property front with the leases. I suppose one could look at it and be disillusioned by the 9% or 55 million proportion of leases to black folk. And yet, at the heart of the radical economic transformation, the property sector would invariably really pitch itself in the forefront to be able to effect that. So, Ms. Ntanzi, I'd like to indulge you a little bit and request you to give us an overview of what are the main tenets of the property transformation and how the department is envisaging really rolling it out such that there is a felt, and I suppose the operative word is the felt sense of transformation being effected in the property sector. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, moderator. Greetings to the Honorable MEC, leadership of PPF, all members and colleagues. I think the Honorable MEC has indicated the current status and the challenges that we have. I must say this is a big space in terms of us having that opportunity to transform the sector. The Department of Public Works hires about 600,000 square meters all over the province from the private sector, with that a budget of about 850 million, which MEC has indicated in terms of the breakdown. We are having strategies that we have put in place. We are improving on them. We are interacting with the private sector as well as other stakeholders within government to ensure that we feel this transformation. We do accept we are not where we are supposed to be, having taken into account the number of years that we've been in democracy. If I can just share with you that issue of a breakdown for 178. In some other committees that you present, you wish you can go under the table when you're about to indicate that breakdown because it's really painful. Maybe let me just tap into the strategies that as the Department of Public Works we have employed and we are improving on them. As Salal, by transformation. Sinosis Yvonne Matonzi from MEC's office, we need to report on a weekly basis in terms of what is it that you are doing. So one of the strategies, we have a immovable transformation policy that was adopted in 2019. We're trying to implement it. We have seen some of the shortcomings. So one of the issues that we are busy with is the review of the transformation policy in terms of the property sector. I think we accept that it needed a wider consultation because it involves opportunities for the private sector. So that's one area that we are looking into. Secondly, we have advertised in the last financial year for the property database because we wanted to get a feel of who are they, who owns the properties. But unfortunately, the response was very poor. So as a department, we have taken a decision to say we will run again this property database so that we see and feel who is there, who is wanting to enter this market. In doing that, we have consulted with our counterparts, Itala Bank, who we are finalizing the MOU in terms of saying, here our people, they want to enter this market, but financial capacity is an issue. Then how do you then help us, you know, as a provincial, as a bank in the province? So that is one strategy, because we are saying the main thing here is the ownership. We can put some strategies in terms of advertising to say we'll give points, you know, but if our people are not owning properties, then it's very minimal what we're doing. So that is the main thing, to say, let us have this database, see the interested parties, and then Itala Bank help us to come with some sort of financial capacity to assist this process. Also, in MEC's budget speech, I think he indicated the issue of property indaba, which will be part of consultation with all the stakeholders in terms of getting ideas and sharing what we have and going forward. It is a fact that it is highly monopolized, but I think members, I need to indicate that there are areas, if you go to a Jomo, I think we've advertised about 3 or 4 times for office accommodation. There is nothing. I think my take will be, we need to forget Peter Marisbeck, we'll get there, but let's look at other areas to say there are also opportunities there. At Dandi, for example, we've advertised, you just don't get anything. Even as in Naselady Smith, there is one service provider where we've even approached, it's a mall. They are not interested. So there are opportunities. I think it's a matter of consultation as the Department of Public Works with the external stakeholders and say, here are the opportunities, how do we assist one another? Like the Honorable MEC indicated, we need you on this one. We cannot do it alone. I think I've covered from my side as to the terms of strategies that we are employing. We will be communicating in terms of the property database, it will be advertised. In terms of the upcoming property in Daba, is going to be advertised. And MEC has indicated that Gashesh. So that's the plan going forward. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga, Ms. Ntanzi. Perhaps your reference to the advertising of the property database talks to a need for a much more robust campaign, bringing a higher level of enlightenment and an awareness of the opportunities that you possess. And therefore, that campaign is what certainly the membership will be looking forward to and to engage with. I suppose ultimately to be able to afford penetration and new members to really start tapping onto the lucrative property market. Thank you very much. Babu Zungu, can I possibly just request a brief overview from your perspective, human settlements? What are your outlooks in terms of strategic thrust, as well as particularly how the engagement could be manifested with the PPF? Over to you, sir.
Thanks, greetings, MEC, and also to PPF leadership, HOD. And thanks, moderator. Yeah, I think MEC, issues that he has covered, especially from 2019 to 2024, which is the 6th administration, because that's the main area that we are really implementing, as we are aware. One would like just to indicate that in terms of the built environment, because we are really, human settlements is also part of the built environment, although it's always taken for granted being a social, low-income sector. But it always amazes those that have been stuck with it for the previous years, because they've made so much of money, and many people really never noticed it so much. It's all now that they really have come to notice, no, this is a sector that we have got to try and take care of it, because it really looks after its own professionals. The one area that one would like to indicate is that if you look into the planning scenario, because we work with planning professions, engineers and architects, one thing that we have always seen is that obviously, because in our database it's mostly Africans that are the MEC. It's 100% Africans, you know, so professionals through and through, that's it, yeah, we don't have an issue when it comes to those elements. And also the issues of pay them on time, they know that they pay on time all the time. But the main issue that we always get worried is when we deal with the conveyancers, because for now we're running this one of title deeds, as MEC was indicating, wherein you advertise and re-advertise looking for proper professionals now in terms of the people that we deal with. Because here you deal with the clients that are really at the low end of the spectrum. And people that are always within those sectors are the black professionals who are conveyancers, lawyers in various areas. But every time when we put it up, we had to repeat even this one that is just advertised. I'm still not happy, but I cannot go back now because I'm not able to issue more title deeds because I don't have conveyancers. But if you look at how many months we've postponed MEC, even with the COVID, it just took us out. So I would say 24 months just to reissue this one. Because when we came in, we had to put up the whole databases for all professionals, from engineers, planners, the whole scenario, because we wanted to start from scratch, and we moved. But this one has always been an issue. And also land surveying as well is still an issue, and land valuers, because for us we deal with land purchases, acquisitions as well, going to catalytic projects now. And you look for strategic portions of land. And those delays, they really take us, and they delay the whole programs. Because if you look into this province, from what is carrying about Machola in terms of is catalytic programs, I've got catalytic projects that are sitting there, like Konopia, JBC in Newcastle, and all of them. We are the major players in that category of work. And that one, obviously, I think MEC in the future will need to just try and see, in terms of private sector, the face of it that will need to come into those projects. Because that's property development that we need to also now prepare ourselves. We've been busy with planning, putting engineering services, putting bulks, and that's what we are busy. But it's going to come to a time now when we really need to package interventions like hospitals and the likes. And that's where now, people need to be aware. Because for now, we've just been just putting our own infrastructure. If you go to Mhlatuze, we've got the one that is there next to Aquadine. It's just changing the whole area of Mhlatuze in future. Because it's just plugging in various communities of where it used to be. These lands are lands that were always separating between Indians, whites, blacks, and coloreds. These are the portions of lands that we are transforming, because those areas you find there are buffers that have been spatially disaggregating communities. And if you look into these kind of areas, those are the areas that we are investing into going forward. And those are new investments. So now a person who comes around to just think of Konube as being a private, that's a government program on its own. No matter that it's taking that shape, but definitely it has been driven by government all out. So that's information that I think we'll have to just try and share with everyone going forward, because those projects, Prima always goes through them in the State of the Province address and addresses them and says this was going to be happening, and we issue out tenders. But the response is always not kind of, even people that put documents in place, you can see that it was just given to a front desk to say, can you do this? And when you look at that investment, MEC said 100 million rands and I always get shocked when I look at how people have just documented some of these things, because it's just compliance mainly. For us in human settlements, we know how much it costs us to build something. So I always wonder why a person can't just put issues correct, let no, I'm not an official, or I declare that I'm an official. Those issues and those tenders, MEC just are always thrown out, just on a basic assessment level, because it's not as if they are failing to put figures. Ours is known. If you put a house of so much in human settlements, it costs so much. So those things are known in terms of policy, and those are the issues that always shock us as human settlements, to say we don't go to a proper tender process. It's an issue of just building up compliance more than anything. So those are the issues that I always say, like in social housing currently, this municipality Renkonyen has just issued out call for social housing professionals who have to put up those projects in that area, because we've identified some properties there. And I know, even when you go for assessments there, you'll see the kind of people that are going to come in. As much as we've said we are transforming, we'd like to get women, youth to be part of those social housing programs, running them. Because if you look at social housing programs itself, the amount of maintenance that goes there, you make so much of money from maintenance over years. Like estate agents, for example. The role that's played even in the estate agency sector is so weak that if you look into what should be done, and every time we had this act and also going around in all areas, but the kind of people that were coming in as well, it was, as much as it was mixed, but mainly it was still the same group. As much as the minister says, we would like to transform this sector, because so much of money around those issues is just maintenance. Money that is made within these kind of units, maintaining them up, people that make money are those that are doing maintenance more than anything and running them. So those are the issues that obviously we are still going around trying. We've had so many programs on radio trying to get people aware that we are not just delivering RTP as we are calling it, because many of our professionals thought that we're delivering RTP units and those issues. So we've changed that kind of perspective, and we think in this 6th administration, by the time we end it, we'll be ready now when we go to the implementation of top structures and other developments in these catalytic areas. We'll have a fruitful kind of credible databases now for that, for those developments. But as I'm closing, the main issue that I just wanted to indicate is that even on the alternative build technologies, we've gone now MEC for the 3rd time out to get credible kind of participants, because really we're not getting any of, which was always companies from overseas, but we like people that are going to come with methods of doing these alternative build technologies locally to manufacture here and put plants. If I say in Ilembe, we've got to put a plant in Ilembe. There is a spot there working with the different agency. We've got to put a plant, and then we can procure from that area all the way throughout the province. So that's what we're also promoting as well as part of this. And now we hope that through this database, the last one that we're assessing, will get people the MEC, because we need this one. We've been delaying it for some time, trying to get around to that 100% compliance, because when you go out, you need to account to these committees to say who's who in that area. So the other one that I would just want to indicate is the material supply strategy that we are busy with. We've just presented it now to various committees of cabinet, because there, as this evolution, as we understand, I've started from the planning side, our construction. Now what we are left with is where we buy these materials, because the money in this sector, you make it from the material side. I've always said, even in various committees, to say, in human settlements, you can't make money if ever you don't control that element of it. It even became worse now with the COVID, because cement just went up. Most of our units are not completed because the roofing part is also not in the market. Even the companies who roof desert roofings and all of them are banking to put it up at this stage. So those are the issues that I would like PPF just to think about that value chain all the time when they look into human settlements, and not think of small units. We are going to service sites as it is now, and definitely that's where also developers will be coming in, because once those sites are serviced, the public is going to come back, MEC, to say they are looking for developers to put their top structure in terms of reliable plans that will go to municipalities and those kind of issues. And the turnaround there is that a person within so much of years, 2 years and a half, should have already utilized that land, not to be a speculative kind of land. So that's a big program. Most of our money is going to those kind of interventions now, because it has been seen that people should just be building for themselves, give them proper infrastructure, service sites, and then that's what MEC will be rolling out currently as we are moving, because we have already completed some service infrastructure of certain pieces of land. Now we need to roll it out. So those that are in that market of building for other communities, we can indicate which are those municipalities that are ready. If you look at Mhlatuza, where I'm saying that we've already completed, especially when those people, they get their sites, they'll be going around to say they're looking for people that will develop for them, you know, obviously. So those are the issues, and that one would like to just indicate, because, yeah, you become frustrated when you sit on the other side and you can't make another call now, because the law says to you, follow this thing, and you can see when you are not achieving your outcomes. All the time that we have waited for it for 16 months or so, there's nothing comes up, and appeals and more delays that happen, you can't go to the ground to do any work. So those are the issues that one would just wanted to say. But material supply, I still say, is an issue that will have to be looked at, because these decentralized systems of material supply, having these suppliers at a district level, and also operating to, because it's not only us, it's also using the same material, transport is also using the same material. So that's what we are relying on, that economies of scales are there. Because if I look at how many projects in Newcastle, for example, just Newcastle on its own, there's so much of billions of rands that we are pouring in Newcastle currently. We are let down here in Ethekwini because Konuba is currently not moving. But once it moves, 200 in a month, you need to spend about 63 million just on one side. If ever everything is done correctly, because that's what kills us now on a professional level when we don't have capacity to deliver professionally, because that money is cash flowed. And once it's cash flowed and your professionals are not really doing what they said they'll do by these timelines, that's why the money is always taken out in other provinces. But for us, we've been lucky, MEC, that we've always taken that money outside of other provinces, because it always gives us that kind of an edge to take monies. As it is now, one is going to be running out of money, and we'll be going out to other provinces to look for this money. So that's why we rely on that cycle of saying, let's speedy do things so that at least we are far ahead. Two quarters, you should already be finishing that amount of money to look for more money, because there'll be so much of money hanging around there. So that's why I'm trying to say, there's no one who's going to cry to say, why I'm not getting paid. Instead, we are pushing our clients. Yes, I'm just putting it out because I'm not going to be talking my MECs here. So. But one, it's a matter of just assuring our colleagues to say, when they see these tenders, MEC, they should just respond, because it's not for anyone, in short. It's for all of us in this province. Thank you.
HOD, please do pardon me for coming across as somewhat impolite. I'm anxious to be a good moderator as best as I can under circumstances that are very difficult. And I know there's a lot of substantive issues to be dealt with. However, I'm sensitive to time, and I don't want to, the time to then filter in constraining other speakers. So please pardon me on that score. Just by way of show of hands, who are architects here in the midst? Architects? Count 4, 5 architects. Project managers? Project managers. Quantity surveyors? Planners? Town planners. Which profession am I leaving behind? Let me see, I'm in doubt. Yeah, accountant, of course. Yeah, he's speaking for his. Yeah, let me see, I'm just provoking this one to yeah, engineers, of course. How can I forget engineers? Yeah, engineers. Yes, that's a base of it anyway. So let me see, I was just being provocative here. Sorry? Lawyers. Oh, lawyers. Yeah, the Leonard Friends, of course. Yeah. We wanted to get a sense, just in terms of the patrons that are here today, just to get a sense, MEC, of who's present and the diversity of the skills base that's available. But I think it's important to also get a picture of, after this session today, after this conversation, after your invitation to say, let's work together, what's going to happen on Monday? I suppose that's a key question. What's in it for me? What's going to happen from Monday? I think that's a very key question to consider. I had primed Obabu Tulani Bengu, Chief Operating Officer for Human Settlements, just to give us, and I'm prompted to say briefly, just a sense of umpagati. How does a community participate in these opportunities and engage with human settlements? And I suppose one of the more observable things has been the management of what has been reported in the media as vigilantism, where there's people that are agitating for opportunities, either employment or contracting, but it becomes evident on the ground by demonstrations and such. So I think it's important to have a perspective of that. And just while maybe queuing you in, it's important, HOD Zungu, that some of the programs where you are implementing programs such as Aquadin, I want to speak for my stable independent media. The partnership that's evolving here, we need to be able to communicate those, communicate successes. Omunye nyaka lo 2021, and we know what I mean by that. And it's important to be able to articulate that and continue to impress on the successes that are happening. So we'll be indulging in that sort of partnership. Babu Bengu.
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon to everyone, MEC and colleagues. Maybe, moderator, I'll just rephrase your question according to what you asked earlier on, when you said, what is it in for me? And then in this context, I'm looking at a professional in a built environment, working with community members. Maybe it's going to be about 4 things that I want to mention and then conclude. One is that we have a Vision 2030 which says we are eliminating poverty We are also reducing inequality and having an inclusive economy. We are 9 years before that. I need everyone that is here to say, how do we change the storyline, or how do we consolidate on what we have done up to now, and then we do the balance on the next 9 years. Where communities come in is that they are part of a participative process, be it PGDS, IDPs in municipalities, and the National Development Plan itself. That's the first one I wanted to raise. Second one is that since 1999 to 2017, we have all allocated close to 3 trillion on infrastructure. And we've already heard as to how was it apportioned in terms of racial profile and so on. We need to be looking at that. But the worst part is that our infrastructure allocation is now reducing significantly. Right now, we are at less than 6% of the provincial GDP. We need to be looking at improving on that one. Third part that I wanted maybe to address is mainly to do with participation in communities. As human settlements, countrywide, we have just now built close to 5 million units in the country since 1994. In KZN, close to 756,000. It's 2/3 of the people of South Africa living in a government-sponsored house. Where all of us do come in, maybe again, my friend Dr. Shawalala will speak about herd immunity. If 1/3 of the country's population live in a government house, does that not give political immunity of some kind? Maybe one day we'll need to be discussing that. I wanted to have also talk about a troika lastly, as part of participation, but not the troika speaker, no mayor, no chief whip, but a troika, academia, the government, the industry. Because for us to be able to move forward, this troika must function. And what we are observing, one, particularly with academia, we are not finding a curriculum that is fit for purpose. And it means all professionals that are here need to be working with us to make sure that academia delivers a curriculum that is fit for purpose. For a government, I think we've had many comments coming in about poor conceptualized projects, our tender process, our limited capacities and so on, and sometimes the political rush in doing projects. We need to be looking at that aspect, troika. But last one, industry, I wanted to deal with professional registrations, primarily because so many times, as we were just asking now, we are looking for registered people, PR registered people. We hardly find them in numbers that we need, more so the ones that are progressive, and we don't get them as we will want. Now, what is the outcome? We then get to Sienza Manje, have YPs, young professionals. If it's not with Sienza Manje, we've got GTEC, this Government Technical Advisory Council Committee and so on, or the current discussions where we now end up importing skills, be it from Italy or Zimbabwe or from Cuba even, simply because some of our professionals that we have, as much as they've graduated, we have not assisted them to achieve professional registration in the respective trades where they are. So in your question, when you say what is it for me, and then looking at massive public participation, I will say let's possibly address those things with the support of colleagues that are here. I think we will definitely do get somewhere. Thank you.
Mr. Mkhize, you outlined a very evocative economic landscape picture. And I was quite hooked up in your analysis around the Anglo, the Boer, and the Nguni phases. I suppose the key question that I posed earlier was, what's it to be done? And the platform afforded here is, beyond the analysis, just hit us very briefly, succinctly, with a couple of key points of what could conceivably be done to turn around the situation of having effective economic infrastructure.
Thank you. Very briefly, I think a lot that has been said. I like what the MEC kept on humping, Uguti. We need to balance the theoretical and the pragmatic. And both, to some extent, especially in a platform that is called a think tank, neither can be dropped. which means therefore, just 2 points. It's important that we need to go back. One of the cases that we have as black professionals, particularly, let's say those of us who are aligned to the ANC, is that we produce a lot of documents. You take from the RDP, you go to GIE, you go to ASGISA, you go to the New Growth Path, you go to recently, 2019 actually, before COVID, Minister Mboweni had tabled in the midterm budget speech a document that was highlighting a 9-point that was explaining what needs to happen in the so-called interconnection network. And all the answers are there in those documents. But what we do is to fail to do that balance that the MEC was talking about, to strike the balance between the theory and the praxis. So I would very much say the first point, we need to go and see what we can consolidate from these set documents. Is everything that was written in GIE supposed to be chucked out? Is everything that was written in RDP supposed to be chucked out? Is everything that was written in ASGISA supposed to be chucked? Where can we go and have as professionals? Because one of our things that we labor in is to labor in reading. That's another thing that we do. We need to, that's point number one. So it may sound like it is not, call it a pragmatic action, but it is our task as professionals to go and labor in consolidating all these documents, bring them to one locuzana, yeah. And then secondly, I attended MEC at some point. One gentleman was a TG of the ANC, and I was heading the research of his office. I will not mention people's names. It so happened that some of the meetings we had to attend were more with the bankers and fund managers. We attended one meeting at the Ernst & Young at the 7th floor with the bankers and the CEOs of private banks, and the questions of infrastructure came on board. And more than the fact that they have the capital to fund the infrastructure, the question of ownership was one that always came back with, even though they will facilitate as fund managers the acquisition of infrastructure, but they were interested in the ownership and the maintenance of the infrastructure. So that's the other part, which means I'm aligning myself with the point of my seniors here, that the ownership question amongst ourselves as black is a crisis. The seniors highlighted that there is no crisis of database black presence, but it's the ownership. So what is causing the blockage there then is that there has to be a deliberate grooming from you officials. At least I can say this because I'm not in government. There has to be a deliberate grooming of the potential crop of these people as we develop. Because most black people, we don't have how do you say it in law, the precedent. Most black people who are in business, we don't have a precedent of family members where in the build sector, we don't. Or in the financial, most of the people who are on those databases are first generation. So there has going to be, I like what Ubaba Sotobe has been saying, a sort of activist approach from the very professionals. Because I'm not sure what's about but that's what I'm saying. You know, when somebody with due respect, that's what I'm saying. But that is what I'm saying. We will talk, explain how things work in theory. The officials come and explain how they work in practice. But that person we are looking for, our first task, we need to go consolidate the knowledge in the documents we've produced over the years. And lastly, with that preamble that I'm happy I'm not in government yet, Yes, I'm a former TT. Okay. So, ngithi, uyisiqalekiso ukuthi, you know the term thing is a bit of a case. Ngiyazi mengisho HOD lento izozwakala sengathi he is asking to serve permanently. But I can tell you as an outsider who's worked in government, the term thing is a crisis and a curse for black managers and black professionals. Ukuthi we will start something, Udokotela Umshengu, our chairperson, come up with brilliant projects there in the office with MEC Namakuku. But in 4 years' time, there has to be a political change of political heads and so on, and he has to vacate office with those projects. And you find that there's a lot of strategic things that could have been implemented, but the term has ended. As a matter of fact, President Mpeki at some point argued that even the term for presidents is not something that is inherently democracy or democratic, but it was a managing of a crisis that some presidents were starting to overstay their welcome. The German Chancellor, Merkel, she served more than 3 terms. President Kagame in Rwanda, in Burundi, I want Museveni, pardon me, President Museveni, yes, I want President Museveni. He will tell you that even though he's on his 6th term, it's still democratic because he stands on the ballot, whether he steals or what, but he says, they choose me. And to show you that they believe that, when Nkurunziza in 2015, I remember I was involved with Mzwandi Lembeche on that case with SABC. When Nkurunziza said he's serving for the 3rd term, which he argued that the 1st term he was not elected, it was like Ikeska President Motlante, who went into office without necessarily being elected. So when the 2nd term came, he said he's not stepping down, it was his 1st term. So this short-termism, and the region called President the old man to go and intervene in his 5th term. They said he must intervene in a constitutional crisis of the terms. So I'm saying, we need to rethink this or see what we can propose, Babungamo, the longevity of plans and projects. Because we'll sit here and create a bond. The next thing, Mashlala, on our next meeting, half of these great leaders are no longer here. So we need to start to groom new management as well. So the management must deliberately, the people who are on those databases, kufanele bafundiswe ukwenza amagwinya. I'm sure ngiyakhumbula ku state capture, someone said that umuntu akhe enza igwinya bonta ushukela ukho right, umsiza kanjani, because we will forever, or our people will forever fall victim, as the MEC said, to the dogs who've been there in the game since 1952. So those are the 2 things. We as professionals and readers, we need to coach all these documents we've produced over time and see, because you get here, it gets chucked out with the President Uyapuma, Mpeki, akahambe negiya yakhe. You get Comrade Mlambonguka, she comes with Askis, political dynamics hitter, akahambe no Askis. But the document itself probably had a lot of meat. So we need to do that, and professionals, managers in government, deliberately groom these people that you need. Thank you.
Ngichulo MEC ngati energy, we can feel it, it's transmitting. We can feel it, and thank you very much for those insights, and particularly what can be done. Ngizocela Mr. Nhlanhla Makhanya from Vuma FM, just to give us a perspective of what role that perhaps entrepreneurs can play in infrastructure revolution. And I'll leave it as brief as that. And when I say brief, it's about leaving it over to you, but be sensitive to time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. A lot has been said, which is aimed at obviously developing our people. I'm very much grateful to be part of this panel. However, I think there seems to be an absence of incentives to start new business for entrepreneurs in our country, particularly in this province. And also to grow existing businesses, we need to have a plan to cultivate, as economist on my side here was alluding to that fact, which kumele kukhona some leniency to some entrepreneurs to be educated and to be developed so they can be able to play in this particular space. And also, there also has to be some economic freedom. I don't think we have achieved economic freedom in our province or in our country as well. There's still a lot to be done. Instead, it is deteriorating. And it is regarded, South Africa and KZN, as partly free when it comes to economic freedom. Therefore, Honorable MEC and the head of departments, we would like to see happening, see that kwenzeka kwazi ukuthi kusize abantu abaningi. If we look at the global overview, babiza nge-GEM, Global Economic Monitor, 73% of employment firms aqasha abantu abamnyama. Very few of them are playing in the space of government. And I think it's very clear that we just need to make sure that we integrate black professionals and integrate entrepreneurs into the government space. As my colleague has said, Mr. Israel Mkhize, that abantu abakhona njengamanje who are developing and who are part of this first generation of built environment. Therefore, how do you expect them to compete against people who've been there for many, many years? As soon as you say from a black firm you're asking for 20 years experience, that's an exclusion. Therefore, the challenge is to create MEC a climate that is going to be conducive for any other entrepreneur who wants to play in the space, kakhulukazi government. And also, issue of funding is also access to finance to foster entrepreneurship development is also still a challenge. You find people with talent, but they do not have access to funding. I'm happy that you've mentioned that we need to be in conversation with the Tyler Bank. There are many other funders that are out there that we can perhaps integrate and collaborate with in trying to foster this entrepreneurship development for inclusive growth and social cohesion. So I think if we, as entrepreneurs, start also being part, or rather play part in this space, I think it will really help to develop amathuba omsebenzi, kakhulukazi for KZN at large. I've got a few things here that I just need to mention in terms of access to business services and infrastructure. The issue is, asna issue, where is finance? Where is assistance? If I have a business, I mean, HOD will invite entrepreneurs to come forward, but then a project is available, but access to finance becomes a challenge. Most entrepreneurs, yes, Bazama Bank, the only big four conventional banks, yet there are organizations, that are out there to help finance ama projects kahulumeni. So MEC, we appreciate Uti, you've made mention that education is one of the things that you want to see happening, and also with the hope that's going to integrate entrepreneurs who have never played in the space of government because of the red tape which is out there. There are professionals here who wouldn't want to even respond to a tender because there's a perception that umshado, certain individuals who have entrenched themselves within the government space. So I think I will end there because most of the things have been said. So what I'm saying, basically, the challenge to create a business climate that is conducive and supportive to entrepreneurs is formidable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's all about money. That's the tag that is attached to your name, Mr. Makanya. And certainly you've articulated that very clearly. And it's important. And it perhaps brings about, MEC, a consideration about how to assimilate the funding element to the project opportunity. And I wondered just loudly whether a consideration for something like a one-stop shop that would be resident in the different offices, such that as you walk into the reception area, there is the project opportunity, there might be the tender box, but inherent within that, there's also an opportunity to be able to have access to the diverse funding institutional setups that might be there. It may be a consideration. I would like at this point, ladies and gentlemen, to bring in the weighty voice, Babukolani Dube. And I say weighty in terms of the substantive pedigree of how we know you. And we'd like you to really give a perspective of how the Progressive Professional Forum could really solidify their interest in engaging with the departments as you've overheard some of the key messages that have been relayed today. And soon thereafter, we'll then allow our members to then raise questions. I think that's the important part of this engagement. It's not just for us to hear, but we also want you to have your voices to be heard. Babukolani Dube, the stage is yours. Thank you very much, sir. Perhaps, one moment, just a quick moment of just a recognition and acknowledgement. We have been joined by Obabu Sfiso Kalinja Nimdunge. Just by way of show of hands, under APPF, they represent the artists in their diversity, and thank you very much for your presence and joining us. Thank you very much. Babukolani.
Look, let me greet everyone equally. I think it's just a deja vu, you know. It's been long me sitting with government representatives, technocrats, you know, and fellows of the so-called glorious movement in the ANC, proudly announcing that. Some years back, we were dispatched around the world by the former President Thabo Mbeki. We were young because we were were part of his advisory team, youth advisory team, and I was based in Europe. And when we came back in this format, it was in Danish, and then we were supposed to report back on our trip. And then it was my opportunity to make a report back. I made it clear to him that, Mr. President, you don't have power. You have good intentions. And so, let me say this thing again. MEC, you don't have power. You have good intentions. Fortunately, you have told us how powerless you are, because one man in Peter Marisbeck, we are willing to take him to court. You also told us that when you look around trying to give opportunities to the natives, you don't find them. And then you are forced to go back and negotiate those that you are saying they are arrogant. Power makes people to be arrogant, not this power that we have, the political power. And so the most important thing that you have to understand is that our government do not have power. The MEC might have good intentions. He can give us this good presentation of what he wants to intend to do. But even us, we know it very well that he's not having power, because the native in this country, they don't have power. And that's why I hate when I hear people talk about transformation. Because when you go to the historical economic books of the Afrikaners and the British, you don't find transformation. When you have power, you implement. You don't negotiate. The sad part about us, as we are sitting here, we're trying to find ways of negotiating to be part. When we claim that we are the government, and we live in a democratic country, because democracy is about the will of the people, and especially the majority. And so you have to ask yourself, if Vivian Reddy do attend such forums where you negotiate how to remove a post office at Umhlanga and build something of his own. You have to ask yourself if the Shri property attend such kind of meetings in order to have the largest pie in the Dubai trade port. And you have to ask yourself about all those white people who are building in that corridor, the so-called dry port. Do they come to Jomo and negotiate with him? The answer is no. They simply implement. Soon, there will be a dry port in Escort. The government do not know that. Those guys, they don't negotiate, they implement. Those who don't have power, they negotiate amongst themselves so that they form association, organizations, and everything so that they can go and plead. I'm hearing government officials, Jomo, sorry to say Jomo, the MEC, because this is a formal forum. The officials that are there, most of them, they've been there for more than 10 years. The same official in 5 years back, they were talking about how they can empower the natives. They are here today again. They are telling you that there are opportunities to empower you. Let me tell you something. They are not going to do that. You are not going to be empowered by the same officials who've been in that office for the past 10 years, talking about transformation, empowerment. They're not going to empower you because they understand that the MEC, with his good intentions, tomorrow might be reshuffled. Tomorrow might be deployed somewhere else because he is hanging. You might think that he's not hanging, he's hanging. Because these departments, all of them are run by mafias. We have seen what happened to Nomsa Dube. And if Jomo touch the sensitive nerve, trust me, he might not survive. And who is going to do that? Who's going to send him to that altar? The government officials. If he can do a lifestyle audit of all these officials, these are the gatekeepers of us natives to prosper in the built industry. The gatekeepers are the government officials. Do their lifestyle audit and ask yourself, who is feeding them? They are feeding by our enemies. They are feeding by the people, Jomo, that you are trying to fight with. And trust me, we are not going to survive. And so we have to understand that here in this province, when you talk about not economic transformation, because we don't need that. We never fought to transform. People fought to take over what belongs to them. That's what you have to do. You have to scratch that concept of transformation. Because your enemy will never transform you. If it transforms you, to transform into something else that is lesser than him or her. That is the thing. And so the ANC in this province is not having a political will. Quote me, I don't care. I told Sihle, they don't have political will. It's the same thing I told Senzo Mkono. That the way they trust whites and Indians at our expense is painful. Go around all these municipalities and check. People, I bought a land. There's this thing of demos. And the people who sit in a particular area, I'm from Hillcrest, to say, if you want to build, you have to talk to. There is a man, a white man. You can't do anything without negotiating with him, Same thing, you go to Palito. All this development that is happening, we are spectators in our own province. We see buildings mushrooming all over, and we clap hands. And the same government tell us that this province is going somewhere. But who's going somewhere is not us. Are the Indians and whites. There's an African Sun development in that circle next to Sibiya, opposite the garage. That thing happened recently, Jomo. We were in government when that thing happened. It's not something that happened pre-apartheid. Who fund those people? Vivian Reddy was not stupid by putting Sibiya there before everyone think what was going to happen in KwaZulu-Natal. But today is occupying a prime spot. And so those are the indication, guys, that we can sit here and say we are an architect, you are a planner, we are this, you are that, you are that. If you don't have power and futuristic perspective of economic patterns of this province, let me tell you something. You'll enjoy your Porsche, you'll enjoy that your son is at Michael House, but post that, we are nothing. Meaning that we live for the now. And so I think, MEC, if really we want to move forward as the native in this country, first and foremost, we must not rely to these officials. The native must capture Jomo. The Indians, they capture our politicians. There's nothing wrong about capture. You have to capture him. You have to capture him. And after you've captured Jomo, what you have to do, in those corridors where there is that Indian and Muslim families, the Baker family, who are owning a lot of land, and those white in that dry pot on your way to Peter Maritzburg, we must have a quota. We must insult them to say, we want 40% of black people to be part of that development in that dry pot, because you were talking about practicality. Not these things of jargons and acronyms and opportunities that are elusive. If you want to say something, you have to say, MEC, next week we need to meet. We need to make it clear that 40% of natives in that dry pot must be allocated a land. And who's supposed to fund? We have inverted commas, the State Bank, Itala Bank, must fund them. If you are not going to do that, let me tell you something. Jomo will leave. 5 years to come, someone will come and sweet talk you, and another HOD will come with acronyms and opportunities somewhere there, and then you leave. Let us be practical. Let's come with tangible ideas, not even ideas, conclusive intervention that are radical. To say, eThekwini, as they talk about this, Jomo, talk with the public works, make a link with eThekwini and so forth. We need so many buildings that belong to public works, because we need an audit also from the public works to say, how many buildings do you have that you can give to the black people? We need that audit. If you don't have that audit, let me tell you something, you'll be moving around. There are buildings from the public works that are not using. There are buildings from Transnet, from SOEs. It's his responsibility to give us those lists. And after he gave us those lists, it's his responsibility and us to negotiate with all these universities to say, put your student into Mtunge's building. Here's Mtunge's building. Because currently what is happening in that Point Road is very nonsensical. Where Indians, they can take the former called Four Seasons and change it into a student housing and being funded by our municipality. Through our parents who stay in Claremont who don't have money, but they pay rate and municipality fund those guys. You see, and so let us be practical, let us not sweet talk these ANC guys, because once you do that, let me tell you something is your downfall. Let's stop this thing of theorizing, being intellectual, go to this jargon of technocrats and bureaucrats. Jomo, have an independent panel of people who are supposed to advise you on tangible things. In a month's time, tell the native here in Durban, we can have a conference to say, these are so many buildings, these are so many opportunities, people who want to do this, these are the procedures. And by the end of the year, we meet the communication department to tell us that Umkize, he owns that building. Utube, he owns that building. So and so, he owns that building. And that nonsense of what you call it, growth coalition or whatever with one black man who moves around and negotiates on our name, it must stop as well. That thing must stop. You know, we must democratize this space. We can't have one person, is what you call it, growth coalition, you know, where one black person is a chairperson and then he moves around and negotiates on new development in the province. That thing must stop. We need to distribute the opportunities equally to all the natives in this province. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Right on point, right on cue. Very, very telling, and thank you very much. As anticipated, yeah, it hits the sweet spot right there on what needs to happen. I suppose it sets the tone for questions now. Let's allow questions, and let me lean on Ubabungamu to assist me with the questions that are coming from the audience. Okay, sorry, you've got a hand there, sorry. Let me take a few hands then. Okay, all right, sure. Okay, I'm just reminded of a process that has been agreed. Just by a show of hands, let's just pick up a couple of questions. Let me do the recognitions, but just by number one, Mr. Mteto, number 2, 3, 4. I'll start kanjalo for now. Let's just take 4 for now, and then can I ask that other questions since Balepansi, and then submit them, and we'll collect them.
Moderator, thank you so much. My name is Kaya Tango. I'm the PPF chair at Tegwini region. Buhlalo sicela ngasiphazamisele uComrade Jomo khona ezosizo. Siyabonga Sotobe. Mine Sotobe is a very short one, but one must really recommend the energy and the activism that is displayed by yourself. And unfortunately, I know Abatabadala, they don't like us when we say these things. In the ANC, you become unpopular when you say these things. I think we have too old leadership in the ANC. Nationally, at least in the province, it's better, but we have too old leadership, and it really hinders it deliver. But I want to recommend your activism. One question, Comrade Jomo, you've touched on this, and I like the honesty on this thing, Comrade Jomo. I've been approached by some clients who are owed by Public Works more than 4 million or 10 million. I don't know the figure at this point. And they are so frustrated. They have not paid their employees, and they want to go to court, but they don't want to go to court and take their own government to court because they're ruining the relationship. And I'm pleading, Comrade Jomo, that we can assist these things. I heard you said there are interventions, but we want to know what are the interventions, what are the timelines. Can we have information to say, last 6 months, these were invoices that are outstanding, and all of them have been paid? Because these people are not that there's a dispute in terms of their invoices. They are not dispute. They've done the work. Department is happy. But this is just, it's it just, I don't know how to call it, comrade, but they're killing the black business. They're killing the black business. I just want to request that. The gentleman that you mentioned in PMB, I know him. I think he's a multi-billionaire. He has taken government arrogantly to court. But what Colin was saying, if we create our own, we will have people who can take these guys on. He's been forcing government to rent in his own building, but unfortunately we went to court and we won that case. But he is so arrogant because he's got all the money. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Special greetings to MEC. For the sake of time, I have a catalog of issues, but I think that there's going to be an opportunity for us to submit our proposals in writing through the leadership of the province. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in a strat plan meeting for government at a national level, and I raised a simple issue. Why are we having a strat plan? Shouldn't we be having an implementation lehutla? When we finish, we come up with delivery scorecards, with target, timelines, who's responsible, what's the budget that we deliver. Because we've got a plethora of plans. I think Israel has mentioned those plans. And every time there's a new leadership, we are planning, and we keep on planning and planning. And I think we're going to have this perpetual planning mentality until there's no delivery. Some of the issues that I've raised, I think they've been touched on. You know, in South Africa, we don't have a post-apartheid city created by black government. What we are trying to do is to retrofit existing cities that were not meant for us. And what government used to do in those olden days, they use government infrastructure to create demand. So they will go to Greytown and develop government offices. And what you have today, you've got a town of Greytown. We are so scared to be very decisive. So people, they tell you, no, we've got a new city. We've got a very good planner, MEC, by the way, Ubaba Upengu. Very, very good planner. I'm glad that he's part of the department. Konopia is a new city for who? Because Konopia is anchored around Umhlanga. Who owns Umhlanga? So what Konopia does is to provide labor for the billionaires of Umhlanga. So if we really want, you talk about transforming property and all of that, you can't deal with that if you don't look at access to land and capital. So look at the entire value chain. I can't have a property in Pietermaritzburg. There are barriers to entry. Even if you advertise 20 times, you won't find me because there are barriers to entry. And those barriers, simple, land and capital. So you're only addressing one aspect of that. Address the entire value chain. Then you will know where are the barriers. I had listed here Camberdown, for example. I have a colleague in Joburg. He has been trying to access opportunities in Camberdown, an African male with an African female partner in that business. You won't find anything. They've done land banking in Camberdown because it's going to become the logistic and freight hub of KwaZulu-Natal. You won't find anything. What's going to happen in Camberdown is going to become a new node. Government is going to be running around in Camberdown looking for land parcels to develop government infrastructure because in 5 to 10 years to come, there's going to be a need for government service in Camberdown. And you're going to go to the very same people and ask them to say, hey, we want to lease this, we want that, and so forth. So why is that, MEC? Maybe it's a food for thought. Part of the difficulties of government is that, you know, in the private sector, something called R&D. Forward-thinking, forward-looking. We don't have that. We should have seen 20 years ago that Palito will be like this. And how do we strategically locate government in Palito and transform the property industry? Before Palito is like this. So we are always following behind the conglomerates. So part of what we may need to do moving forward is to enhance our capacity to research and have forward-looking, because the entry corridor, for example, Upengul no, we knew almost 20 years ago that there's going to be huge development along the entry corridor, that one day Pietermaritzburg and Durban would just be one city. But we've done nothing. And there are now people who are now driving that development, that corridor. Again, the same principle applies to N2 corridor from Durban to Richards Bay. And again, we are doing nothing. And we are going to be following up, begging, and say, hey, now there's this huge development in around the Sibiya. The planners knew 20 years ago that's how development is going to take place in KwaZulu-Natal along the N2, N3 corridor. The last issue, MEC, that maybe we can also look at is how do we build the capacity of the state? You see, sometimes we say we've got public works. When I look at public works, I look at public works as people who are just managing contractors and consultants. You see, in the olden days, if you go to Pietermaritzburg, there was a place called Government Garage. You will find everything there. Every yellow plant, it's there, owned by Public Works. If you go to Public Works, all the engineering disciplines will be there. What happened? Why, if I want to fix a broken pipe in a school, I have to go get 3 quotations, get tenders? Where are our own plumbers? So we need to build that capacity. And it starts with us now by being decisive to say, Public Works now is going to have the right yellow plant, is going to have the right capacity to do all these minor repairs and maintenance, where we need to create a balance between insourcing and outsourcing. I'm not saying we should not outsource, but we can't just outsource everything. So we need to create that capacity. The last issue I wanted to raise, MEC, is integrated infrastructure delivery. You see, what is very painful, you go to a rural node or a rural area. There is a school being built there. There is a clinic 20 kilometers or 5 kilometers away. There is a library being. Why don't we integrate our infrastructure and start to create township and rural precincts, government precincts? So where you have a school, you've got a clinic, you've got a library, you've got other government offices, because that is going to ignite rural and township economy by extension. So those are some of the things that I think we need to think about. But I think, Chairperson, I would love to submit some of my suggestions in writing for consideration by the department. Thank you.
Yes. Sanbonani, most of my points has been said, so I won't repeat. I'll just go to what I think was left out. Honorable MEC, we must tell the painful truth. And you spoke about professionals to act and not to be cowards. But what actually causes that? We watch quality, processes, systems of departments and organizations regressing. But why? It's because we reserve our thoughts due to the fears that if we are vocal enough, we will not be promoted. My name is Petra Zama. I belong to eThekwini. I'm in the REC. So we know that if I speak in this platform as Petra and I say something which somebody is unfond of, I will be judged by my comment or my question. That becomes a big problem for professionals who are experts in fields, who are supposed to advise MECs or advise political, HODs in departments. Because if we say something that we step in someone's toe, once the application is there for a higher post, it will be recognized. This person said this in this meeting, do not hire. We have a very vocal youth in our days. They talk their minds, they voice out their thoughts, but they are told they are arrogant. And even us who are already in professions, siyabatshela sithi sokubona uzoyaphi attitude yakho. But these people have fresh minds and they are trying to alert us because they don't see what we see in our perspective. They have a vision which is quite different to us. But we look at all their issues as being arrogant, or they have an attitude, or they are childish. So how do we become courageous when we have such less power? We need to stabilize our own finances. This will assist when you know that your application will be thrown away in your department when you apply for a senior post. But if your personal finance is stable, you don't then depend on a higher position. You will be able to voice without fear, because you know that even if you are not a DDG, but you still can put a plate in your home. But what is then our request? Once you are suppressed by departments as a professional or an expert in a field, you can only be psychologically and physiologically strong and survive or thrive if you do have power, just as Xolani said. Otherwise, we won't be able to speak like how Xolani speaks. We need the MEC's departments and the policies to assist professionals to be able to enable themselves to strive. But what do I mean? Let me unpack that. If Petra opens a tuck shop in her community in Tuzuma, where I live, I have a tuck shop, and I declare that I have a tuck shop which has this turnover. If that tuck shop can grow and I open 10 tuck shops, and I declare every year that this is what I'm making, I mustn't see hawks coming into my office, in my office space, coming to grab me because I've upgraded my car from a Toyota Test to a Mercedes. Yet I've declared to say I've started a tuck shop in 2000, and in 2001 I had 2, in 2003 I had 4. But this is what is happening to officials. They are so scared that they can't even open a tuck shop. They can't even start a techie shop. They know how to make techies which can be sold, but the professionals are made to be so scared to say either speak or start a business or do anything. We really need assistance. People must scrutinize us. They must investigate. They must see if we disclose when you started your business, when did it grow, before they make assumptions that we are all corrupt. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Bongani Kati from Moses Mapita region, member of PPF in good standing, and the ANC as well. Jomane nje umuntu akabiza ngaleli lokhula nje Jomane siyabonga nje ukuthi ke you've created this platform and respect us as professionals ukuthi uze uzosilalela hopefully ukuthi ke yonke into sobe siyikhuluma la ayizogcina la but izoqhubeka futhi implement. Fortunately ukuthi ke nje MMR seduze kwakhe office lakho lilapha uqashwe yithina futhi nobathathu njoba nilapho. I'm told ukuthi ke one nje umsunduzi ngizoke ngi-elaborate nje umsunduzi kakhulu izlokhuzana situation okusona but ke masuzozwa futhi ukuthi there is a grant from ilokhuzana department public works engazange isebenze yabuyela emuva emsundu kwi-department from emsunduzi yet ibi-focus ekutheni idolobha lihlanzeka. I think we're talking about 8 million. So I'm trying to get a sense there ukuthi ke konje ke as a department who should follow or who should monitor ukuthi ke that grant iyasebenza ngendlela ingazi ibuyele emuva yathi ke sibe sivi kudoti left right and center lapha eMaritzburg. Do you guys have a report from Umsunduzi, because surely Umsunduzi should submit a report to you guys eshoyo ukuthi ene if ingazange isebenze grant kwenziwe yini lokho. Nathi we are trying to as a leadership MMR on the other side, we are trying to engage them as Umsunduzi, but ke akenzeki kahle. Asazi abantu boze baphelelwe ke term of office impela bebaleka. 2, ungikhavile lapha ya MEC multi ke there is we are considering to establish lokhuzana committee whereby izobhekelela zonke lezi zinto, especially kulelo khuzana kulento ye property, because we've been trying to knock lapha eminyangweni wakho ngoba iMaritzburg njengoba umuntu ezazi nje ngiyawazi amabhilidi enu vandalized asehlala amaphara, so osekwenziwela khona ubugebengu, but thina we wanted to propose ukuthi ke all those buildings akwazi ukusebenza ngendlela, even if we lease them sasingena inkinga, but ke njengoba ke washo nje unyambose lapho ukuthi hey uficana impela kunodongo olude liphezulu lapha olubili ongakwazi ukujomba ngalo la red tapes. I think leyo nje ngaso sonke isikhathi, even if we are qhamuka uza uza ne proposal enhle ongayidingi ngisho funding usuyiphethe nayo, but you'll find ukuthi ke ama red tapes are always there. I'm happy impela to see impela Miss Ntanzi, hopefully ngoba lento ithinta yena kakhulu, hopefully ukuthi ke she will share ama numbers together with other colleagues, ba share ama numbers abo ngoba ngiyazi make saphuma la impela bengawashareile hey abazifihle kanje ma office abo. You'll find ukuthi about sokubona emva kwama elections ibhizi nama election uyabona, so as if ibona impela bazokhetha bebele lokhuzana okweni lo MC hayibona. Comrade MEC, I'll call you a comrade because we are deployed by the organization and for that man. Yeah, ukuthi abantu bafuna ukwenzani ngayo kodwa yinhle yona. You know that issue oyithintile yama late payment and non-payment, it's killing our business. I don't know what was the strategy by developing all those that kucha, the ITT and stuff, because they are the ones who are deliberately delaying our payments. I'm talking to you right now because Tina nabanye siku 8 months nje singakhokhelwa iwona ITT, and if you follow ilokhuzana uthi uzama ukwenza investigation or research, they'll tell you education is doing this, education ITT. It's very painful. Umuntu uyasurvive ngendlela asurvive ngayo angazi kanjani. I'm sure what ukuthi ke hayi ukuthi kwenziwa wena MEC, the very same professionals enza lento la esihleli nawo la. It's not at abantu abahlukile kunathi, abantu abafana nathi. So as a result njengoba uzewasho nje impela uthena kokunye ugcina impela uzukhokhela ukuthi uzukhokhelwa. Wenzile umsebenzi approve yonke into, but you have to pay so that he or she can press that button. It's very painful. Kube ngazuthi abantu abamnyama bahluleka, kanti bekho abantu abahluleka njengabelungu namandiya kodwa kuyambozo kwabo. So on that note, kuyilokhuzana especially ye committee, I would love ukuthi since said yes, it's a program ye province, but ke ngicela singashiyi nathi PPF in the province ukuthi ke Moses Mabhida region kube khona 1 or 2 kuleli committee so that sizokwazi ukuyimonitor kahle ngoba okuningi kwenzeka lapha. Bese kuleyo kuliza hayi bayithintile abafethu nokuadvertise. We will try siloko singqongqoza nje ngeke siphele moya, But I'm telling you guys, hey, akulula ukuba entrepreneur. And a patriotic a patriotic one for that matter, because now again, you do have a lokuzana of Vivian Reddy, and I can call it I'm a entrepreneur, but Tina with PPF, you are patriotic entrepreneurs. Thank you so much.
Ngizocela ukuthi sidedele eminye imibuzo kodwa ke sibe nento ukubukela isikhathi mhlawumbe sithi 2 minutes ubaba ubenza isicelo awuthi sikunikeze isikhathi
Up until such time that bagcina ngikiyeka ukusebenza ngoba I had to stop ngakwazi ukuqhubeka nokusebenza. And then I went to comrade uNigel uGumedela eThekwini ukuthi ngithi ngenze njani ngoba ngithanda ukubopha idepartment angithanda ukubopha uhulumeni wami. Wam advise ukuthi ayikho into engayenza wathatha ucingo wakhuluma sekukhona ke manje ucomrade uphile uRabi wathatha ucingo wathi ucomrade lo nginaye lana simnikeza ama project amakhulu labenza stop damage la sika 29 million ngenza R293 ka 49 million ngaphi isikole sika public works kwa ukuthi le imali ngikhokha ngazo ngikhokhela ngifika le project yaseMsunduzi municipality iwire wall project and then uthe konke lokho kungenzeki ukukhokheleka kwami ngilwe nokukhokheleka liquidate bangithatha ama subcontractors angijikela liquidation liquidate ngadlelwa yonke into engingaba nayo even nento engaphupha even nama project engingaba nayo comrade MEC ufuna uyandesembe le ngithese kwenzekile konke lokho ngalahlekelwa impahla I even went to divorce unkosikazi njengamanje nangihleli ukuthi angihleli angilele phansi kwama bridge it's just because umusa kaNkulunkulu umusa wedlozi. Sorry,
ngiyacela baba Magebe sithule scandal ngiyacela plead ngiyacela ungilalela Mageba usile khanda ngeke kwenzeke kuthiwa usile khanda ngiyakuhlonipha futhi kakhulu ngiyacela nje nala endlini if ningangi-allow ukuthi uMageba ngim-attende personally mina naye kunento engingafuni ukuthi siyenze uMageba has gone through very humiliating situation. And I don't want him aphinda humiliated ngoba kufanele explain phambi kwethu sonke la. His dignity must be kept intact. This is because I respect uMageba. Uma siphuma la Mageba sizomnikeza angikhuluma ukuthi ngithi next month kuleli viki esiyakulo we are going to create space at HOD to learn. We must meet Mageba and give him enough time and deal with the entire. It's a commitment that sends Allah and says.
Baba umuntu athembe ukuthi isikhala esinikele ixesha elinikeze kweNEC sizokwazi ukuthi sixazulule inkinga ezikhona. MEC angazi ngoba umuntu avumele 3 more questions, 2 more questions. Nami umbuzo wala
Sengizizile yabisi. Ngiyabonga.
Ake ngibonge namkhuba. Ngicela nje ukukhuluma isiZulu. Igama ngumbusiso wabantu. Kulo mkhakha wama-accountant. Ngicela ukubonga umholi we-PPF ngale forum. Phinde sibonge wena ngombohle ukuthi uzosilalela ngalolu suku. Siyathemba ukuthi-ke nethemu yakho izohamba kahle nabakini bakubheke ngoba ufuzile ukuthi asisempili impela. Ngiyathanda-ke futhi umhlaba waseMozambique ameyisho le kunzima ukuba i-entrepreneurship. Sibhekene nezinto ezinzima kodwa siyathemba ukuthi iy'nhloso zenu uma zizithe kukhona esizokwazi ukunqoba. Iphupho lokuqala le-MEC uma udlula ku-tollgate N3 kuye kuThamalisburg ngalanga ka-right phezulu emihle mugabi lapho phezulu oqeda ukudlula ku-tollgate ngalanga ka-left kunesiviki semizi yabantu bengicela ukuthi ke sizame i-social housing project. Ngiyazi ukuthi umhlaba walaphayana kunesonto thizeni kodwa leya situation ikwazi lama-tourist, all sorts of people ngoba it's a national law. Ake sizameni ukuhlanganisa into ethize ngoba isidima sethu njengama-Afrika siyibona nsuku zonke le ndaba. Ngike ngacela ngonyaka odlule i-list, ngicela nisiphe i-list yama-non-viable schools endaweni zasemakhaya. I-Department of Education yasakhuluma ne-Public Works. Public Works wanganginika i-list, wangidirect ukuthi angisho indawo la ngibheke khona. Ngihambe ngesho ABC. Ngesikhathi uhulumeni waka-ANC walama-teacher training colleges wakha i-vacuum ethizeni. Namanje kwakukhona i-list yama-non-viable schools. Kune-vacuum endaweni ezakhekile. Sizoyi-addressa kanjani lena? Elinye isu engifisa ukuthi njenge-province libhekisise kulezi indawo zasemakhaya umhlaba ukhona wokulima nawo wonke lowo. Ngiyazi ukuthi asosikhuluma ngasenza work, mhlawumbe ukukhuluma ne-education, ukhuluma ne-agriculture, ubonakala ukuthi ayikho into esingayenza kulezo zindawo in terms of ukufaka ama-agricultural training program. Ngoba umhlaba wasemakhaya abantu abahleli khona ngoba bengafuni ukusebenza, bakhona abafuna ukusebenza bayafuna ukwenza izinto ezizobasa phambili. Ngiyacela ukuthi naleyo siyibheke ngoba you can't always look ukuthi from budget yakho. We have to look kule list yama-assets sibone ukuthi progress kanjani in other spheres. Ngicela ukwenza i-advice la ukufaka ukuthi esinye iseluleko. Uyabona ukuthi ukukhetha uthenga la ma-buildings. Yebo kumele kwenziwe, angisho ukuthi kwenziwe. Uthenga la ma-buildings, uthatha le mali uyinika with-empowering enemy yakho. Yebo unebhekhe yelize ukuthi-ke after some 9-10 years you then all these buildings to transform it. But what you've also done, empowering the very same people, the very same money, which is what is happening in terms of immigration esiyibuka. Ngicela ukuthi lapho kube khona a special consideration for black property developers. In terms of grooming that they can you not also groom black property developers? They'll also identify clusters where they can then build government offices. Ngiyabonga sodwa.
MEC bese lekelele ukuthi akhombe ukuthi kuzoza usisi then sesifana on this side. Kubeka.
So I would just want to make a few points in this that we look at solutions from here going forward. We like a consistency to engage with the department in terms of whatever was discussed here. We would like to the EPF to know when we meet again to talk about what was discussed. One area that we identified is that pre-construction, there's been incubation to make sure that the candidates program is taken forward. Because people do not become professionals, but that can only happen if you have an incubation program. The construction it has, IT sector has, but the built environment doesn't have. And by so doing, if you said you got funds to fund for candidates, our companies can absorb those candidates, but they need to be paid for. But that can only happen through incubation program that doesn't exist in the built environment. You spoke about the skills gap that you also have. You've got the whites that are having 7 GB or 8 GB, but there is no one who's addressing the skills gap. Abantu who are skilled are 60 years and older. Those who are 18, by IMA technical, they become plumbers. But after that, they go become mama waitresses because there's no skills transfer that happens. So there is a concept here, College of Construction, whereby those who are older need to transfer the skills to those that are younger. And by so doing, UMA projects, the government, you can make sure that those people that are being trained, they also work in your project. So that is what I just wanted to raise. There's a lot that you want to raise, all about the gatekeeping, UMA institutions of higher learning, whereby people learn through the diploma system. Now they want to do masters and PhD, but there's no way to bridge the gap from NQF 6 to NQF 8. So that also needs to be addressed because there's gatekeeping that happens there. But all of those things can only happen if we've got consistent forum engagement. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to about the environment. So I just needed clarity. I needed clarity. Because I'm going to share which okay, it was a civil engineers, planners, quality surveyors, so I'm just want to know the qualified ones. They are the qualified ones, already registered ones, professional registered, and then they are not doing anything. So going forward, are you going to open a database for it, or are we going to see the consortium of some sort of what? Because they are already qualified professionals. So what is the clarity going forward, as you were asking? Okay, learners,
ngiyabona ukuthi kuze sekhona ngicela ukubeka nalokho kuba kuwestern mbazo requesting MEC to visit Ikiswayo Primary School in Indelani in Tuzu. School is dilapidated and needs to be refurbished. Ngizobikeza nebhaliwe phansi. Eminye imibuzo ithi former KwaZulu-Natal government buildings which are not managed, what is the plan? Kuzo kanjani? And we think we have enough professionals to help our government. What is to be done about buildings occupied by foreigners? And advocate in Parliament outside PMB. Parliament is ready. You tell MEC before you tell them what start. I
No, thanks, Bumi. Bumi, let me just be quick. I think we must not taking the responsibility to be done by the Deputy Chair. We must thank you, Soto, for this sitting. As PPF, we regard ourselves as a body of multidisciplinary, progressive professionals. And I think it's important for us to appreciate Tuguchi. We need to assist in the implementation of the policies, in the creation of the policies, in the review of the policies, but also le show xola the I own power. I do want to say we need to discuss it and say this is the view that is saying there is no power. But there are professionals in government and there are professionals outside government. All these professionals must have this responsibility of contributing to a better KwaZulu-Natal in this case. I'm saying that because as professionals we appreciate, particularly PPF, that we are nothing but a product of this province. It would be wrong therefore of us to sabotage your programs because such is tantamount to saying whatever plans that come with our political heads are then sabotaged by officials. But having said that, we then need to say the function of the officials, the function of the professionals is to make sure that we implement, is to make sure that we advise. Now, the other aspect, because I want to be short, is that those professionals who are outside government, who call themselves entrepreneurs, there is something that the two HOs speak about. I think they ran away from this term that's called fronting. When you find this person who comes in and I know black owned, but when you go deeper, you find I know black owned again. And that makes you fail and have no power, as Ukolani is saying. So such behavior needs to stop from ourselves. But where we can, we are going to make sure that we have these engagements. I am promising that PPF will have these engagements with other departments as well. That's the first part. Secondly, we will have another session with this department to unpack some of the things that have been raised here, and we are encouraging people to say all the things that you have not been able to ask now. Bring them, they will be attended to probably in the next sitting MEC. You then will start with them and put on the table whatever else that will be in your heart at that time. But I think the other issue, which was called gatekeeping, there is this that you mentioned, HOT, that says some documents come filled in a certain way. Going to another, wearing my other cap, hey, you find a comrade coming to you, I imagine, department in. As the HOT, what can you do when the documents are not up to scratch? Those are issues. However, as professionals, let us see how do we capacitate each other within the government, outside the government. In that fashion, we will be able to solve. In 1886, if not mistaken, and in 1932, there was this that was called the poor white problem. And that was addressed by the whites. It was government of that time that addressed it. It can be addressed even now. The question is, are professionals within, are professionals available for us to address that? I think that's what we should do. I won't be long, really. The last two things, I don't want to be chased from one of our regions. There is Lomave from Inkos Albert Lutuli region. Uzongshama ngithi nge-region yakhe engamrecognizanga. But also I want to say you've challenged us to be members of the ANC. I am a deputy chairperson in my branch and I participate fully. The same thing can be done by all the professionals. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you. I would ask Kuguti Ngime as I close. It's just an appeal. I always say, when you respect people, you must respect people in every sense of the way. Chairperson was correct. I'm a fanatic of respect. But I always say, respect, it's a two-way street. I respect who you respect me. They know even in the department. I'm a fanatic of respect. I come from a family that is full of respect, and at times, I'm not. I want to stand, and because I respect all of you. You see, I want to start by saying, sometimes you go to a particular place having your own ideas of what is going to happen there, or what might be an outcome of that engagement. I don't want to use the word numb, but we are challenged. I think if we don't admit that as the country and the state, we are challenged, we won't be doing justice. The engagement that we've had here, indeed, they've been very empowering. Believe you me, I'm coming out of this meeting a different person. Empowered, but my eyes are more opened now than before. I have always thought my eyes are wide opened, but they are wider now, more wider. But being wider again challenges. Some of the challenges that I never thought they, at times you underplay them. But sitting in this body has really made me realize that ningafuna nje nonke ukuba o-MEC sifuna ukuba o-MEC, but believe you me, if you're honest, it's not a nice thing. If you are honest, it's not a nice thing. You know why I'm saying if you are honest? Because you understand the magnitude of the work that is there. But if you don't understand the magnitude of the work that is there, you will be happy and say, I'm an MEC, I've got a title, I've got everything, I'm just an MEC. But the magnitude makes me realize that it's not an easy thing. And it's not a nice thing. Especially with the system we are working under. The issue of the system is one critical issue. It's very true that we can have all these ideas. Some of you captured it correctly. Olan was very brutal as usual. Correctly so. Correctly so. And one thing that I appreciate is that we've got very diverse views. It was never about hey, you delivered such a moving address, your energy. Energy. But there are serious issues that stressed, if I can tell you the truth. Very stressed. The times, this time around, because mase une stress and ama realities. Honest. I'm very honest with you. I'm very honest with you. I'm very stressed. Officials, HODs, officials, we are challenged. We have tried our best. You've tried your best over the years. But the reality, our best is not enough. The reality, our best is not enough. When people tell you that it means it will take us another 100 years to change people's life, it's a reality. If we don't change the system. But let me tell you, we are such a great crop of good professionals, bright-minded, honest, critical, capable of criticizing us, but capable of empowering us. Because the most important part is that we are being criticized. Criticism will always empower you. Because you might think we are smart, we are doing everything right, we are coming with good programs, good interventions, only to find that we are doing nothing. Instead, we are contributing in the situation and the status quo to remain. And some of us, we don't want to be part of that. I'm really empowered. I don't know what to say, but all I can tell you, I'm stressed. Because we need to come back and talk about this, and you want a report on the progress. And it's stressing us, so when we come back to reports on progress, we can't come back and say status quo remains. It means we must go back and work. To me, that is the magnitude of the work. It's because I understand the magnitude. It's only a fool who can say, no, we met, and then there is quite a lot that we achieved. We still need to go back now and start achieving things. And it's not going to be easy. Your support is going to be critical. Your continuous engagement, I agree with you. Continuous engagement are needed because I think HODs, we all agree. I'm one person who never take views for granted, for granted and just sit with people for the sake of ticking a box and say, I've met PPF. We are not bored. All of us who are not bored sitting here for 5 hours. It's not because we are bored. It's because we want to make a difference. So I'm glad we had this engagement. Just in my 2 months in the department, about 70 days being in the department, trying so hard. When you think you are trying so hard and only to realize that you haven't done anything, it's painful. But it's the painful truth that we must confront. Yes, we do have energy and we are determined. One thing I can assure you, we do have energy, we are determined. I'm stressed today. I'm going to sleep today. I'll wake up a different person after digesting all this what was discussed here. I told officials last time how stressed I was when I want to tell you the story in just 2 minutes. On the 9th of March, when I was appointed by the Premier to be the MEC, I was here in Durban with my wife, wearing my All-Star, my jean, some few things. And then you got this call. You know how ANC handle these things. They literally handle, I don't know how others will leak, but they literally handle it in a manner that you won't understand. And then you got a call at 12. The Premier tells you, I want to meet you in my office at 2. And then you start to ask yourself, Premier, ngifakeli All-Star. I can't come to Premier's office. No, and then you start to say, what am I going to do? You start to consult now with others. Hey, the Premier has called me. You know the stories that are running around. But you must go and get a suit. And then you go to shops in Durban, you buy a suit. If you go to the picture when I was appointed, you will see that the suit I'm wearing was still having a tag here that I didn't see. It's having a tag that they did. You see this tag that they put in a machine and they take it out? It still have that tag. Because I didn't see. You went to buy shoes, socks, tie, shirt, suit, everything. You go there. Then it was Tuesday. The following day, I'm raising this story because I understand the magnitude of these discussions. I'm not a fool. One thing I know I'm not a fool. And I understand what you have raised here. Umthwalo enisithwese wona mukhulu, but we reality. So it was a Tuesday. Wednesday it's a cabinet. I always hear about the cabinet. I've never been in a cabinet. And then I come here, there is a cabinet. I don't know what happened. On my way home on Tuesday, I was driving with my wife in my bakkie. I drive bakkies. I don't have cars. So I'm told I can't drive myself back now. I beg, no, I can't leave my wife. No, your wife and I will be driven. Your car will be driven. I told them, no, please allow me on this one. Exen, I wake up at home, it's something that you always say, angeke mina ngivulela isicabha. Le nto MEC yokuvulela isicabha is wrong. Isicabha sesivuliwe already ufika. Ayikho into ethi asizovula. Ngiyangena kule moto, they drive me, I'm seated ngiya kwi cabinet. I'm like, what is happening in that cabinet? You will understand why I'm raising this issue. You will understand later on, because I don't want to dwell much on other things, because you've captured everything well. I get in this car, I arrive in this van. Nginamahloni kunamagcwala ama-bodyguard neemoto zo-MEC la. I'm the new MEC. Nginamahloni nanokuthi ngibone ukuthi ngu-MEC engathi ngaphuma ngejubane ngizongena la ngingaboni. Ngiyafika kugcwele la. Ngihlale la. MEC bakhona yadiscusswa, chairperson usihlalo uPremier ya-engage. Ngithule kubekwe ama-fruits ngisaba ngisho ukwadla. And I'm like, ihlale icabinet. Ningixolele, I hope abantu siyasizwa isiZulu. I'm a native, ngisebenzisa language kaXolani manje. So that engezukuphuma ngale ngaphandle angibheshe. So we you know, after cabinet yaphela around 1, if I'm not mistaken. Nanikhona bo HOD. Yaphela o HOD asikabonani kahle sasingakabonani nani. Angazi nanokuthi ama-officer awu-2 ngisho elithi into eyodwa. And then iphela icabinet kuthiwe kungena i-AIDS council. Ihlali i-AIDS council kwayoshaya o-6 ntambama. Silokhu sihleli la ngihlale ngithule. Ngithi in my life phunywe-ke manje ngiyongena emotweni. Ngiyongena ngemuva ngiyadrive. For the first time in my life I'm being driving. Even ngihamba nabangani bami I drive. I never allow people to drive me. Ngiyadrive wala ngihleli ngemuva kusebusuku manje. Ngistressed, ngiphethwe ikhanda. On my way I concluded seated at the back seat. I said to myself, this is not my life. I can't live this life. I miss being at home. I miss ukuba nonkosikazi wami mina nezingane zami. I'm not going to live this life. If this is the life I'm going to live, I'm sorry, I can see on social media people are happy, but tomorrow I'm resigning. Going back to the premier, I will apologize and tell the premier that I can't do this, I'm sorry. Arrived at home, I didn't even speak to my wife. Went to bed, slept, because I concluded that I'm resigning the following day. This is not the life I'm going to live. Ukuhlala ama meetings la, cabinet la, AIDS council, izinto ziningi zinkulu. It's because I understood the magnitude. When you don't understand the magnitude of the work that you're supposed to be doing, that's when you start to take things for granted. That's when you don't do anything. That's when you'll go out and be pompous and claim that you're an MEC and you'll do everything right and nothing will happen. But when you understand the magnitude, that's why I said to you, I was even scared to come into this meeting. Because I know the magnitude of this meeting. Not because I fear coming, not because I can't engage, but it's because you understand the magnitude. So I woke up the following day, I was a better person. I said, I'm going there, I'm going to work. I'll find space. No HOD, office I started to learn. Here we are today. And today it's part of the journey. And today is part of the journey. To tell you the truth, this is the beginning of the journey. This team has taught me quite a lot. And I'm grateful to them. But let me tell you, what I've learned here today is super mega. It's massive. It brings stress. It makes you realize that some of the things that you want to achieve might not be achieved in just tomorrow or next month, but there is quite a lot. Comrades, let me ask this to you again for the last time. I'm asking you, if in the ANC we can have such deliberations and frank deliberations in branches and regions and province, let me say in BECs, in RECs, PECs and NECs of the ANC, this country will be driven to the right direction. If we can be frank about issues, but also when issues are discussed by people with a know-how, but we must, because there is this thing that says, we must not undermine people because bengazazi izinto. Yes, bengazazi izinto, you can't discuss them. There's nothing you're going to say about them. You need to know them. And we've got blacks who are seated here, all of you. Whether you talk about Nyambos, about Israel, everyone, all of you comrades from Moses Mabid, all comrades from this side, you are bringing issues here, genuine issues. All Kolani, when they become this brutal, and you start to think, out of the box. But if you are stupid and negative and you are a fool, you'll hate Kolan and say this man hates everything that we do. Start to think why he's raising these things. At times, I'm very bitter. At times, I'm very bitter. But this man, but let me tell you, what he has raised here, I want one person who can say he was lying to us. No one can stand up and say he was lying to us. That's why I'm asking you guys, if we are unable to deliberate in this manner and in an ANC branch or ANC province and have such quality, because it's about quality. We have eroded quality with nothing. We need quality. We need people who can raise issues, but come with solutions. But also be futuristic. Because we are not futuristic. We are told some of the things, we knew them 20 years back. We knew what will happen around Sibiya 20 years back. We knew about the Camperdown node 20 years back, corridor N2, N3, all those things. But again, the black people are nowhere to be found. They are still going to be nowhere to be found. And I'm saying I don't want this session, Mina, to be just another session. We are going to go back. We'll engage with the leadership of PPF, even with the leadership of the ANC. Because I think some of the things here needs the ANC to drive them. It's true that some of us as departments, we are guided by police. And if you don't follow the police, we are gone. And the police is against some of the things that we want to do here. Be frank, I'm honest. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm part of the ANC. I'm the leader of the ANC. It's us who must change things and stop being cowards and fear and be scared of taking harsh decisions because we are nursing feelings of other people. It's what we need to stop doing. I agree. If we're touching nerves, we know very well that not because of the leadership of the ANC, but some people out there will find ways and means of getting rid of us. I know ANC won't do that to me. ANC protect us. But other people must protect my ANC. But we know that if you start to touch some of the things that people have, that they've had them for many years, they find ways and means. They pay, they've got billions of rands. I agree. Let me say we agree, moderator. I want to start with you. I agree with you that the issue of the database for those that we want to be part of the system, maybe we need to enlarge the campaign out there so that when we advertise, everybody knows. In fact, we have taken a decision. Some of the things I will respond to them because I was glad that it means we're on the right direction. Leadership, that some of the things that are being raised, we've got answers already. We are taking exactly the direction that you want us to take here. We will be doing that. We said if we need to go to the media, call public meetings, be foot soldiers and do everything, we are prepared. We are going to be doing that. Educate our people. We are going to do that. The issue of the one-stop shop, I think it's a good proposal. That again needs to be taken by this body and ourselves. Because this body has a responsibility itself. So we must take such things up. And it will help everyone. Where there is a one-stop shop, there is financial assistance here. When you deal with tender, there are tender boxes, there are tender documents and everything. So that our people are able to find one thing in one precinct. The issue of Israel, deliberate grooming of people we want to develop, we are on it. We agree with you. If we are not deliberate, then we are wasting our time. We are starting to prepare such. We want to take that direction that we must deliberately groom people that we are going to be developing. It's the decisions we have taken on both departments because it's what we think will help all of us. The issue of Ubaba Untlanhla from Vuma, the incentives to those. In other countries, they do it. They incentivize those who are starting businesses. By the way, they even incentivize people who are coming to bring businesses in many ways, as economists and business people, when it comes to issues of tax and everything. But others, they give them different incentives. I think it's such things that we must explore. But be deliberate that it's meant for who. You can't do it to anyone. It must be deliberate what it's done to who. The issue of access to funding, I think in Zokulma ngayo at once, it's one issue that we have raised. Let me be honest. I'll be lying to you, Mangit, it's for the first time we an issue of access to funding. That's why some of you say some of the things have been raised a number of times and years. We need to act on it. It's the main stumbling block kubantu abamnyama access to funding. It's the main, in anything we can talk about, access to finance is the stumbling block towards prosperity abantu abamnyama. Angifuni ukuyiqhathanisa nomhlaba ngoba leyo silwa ngayo kakhulu siyifuna kakhulu nayo. It's land, it's finance. If you don't have that, we are doomed. So I'm saying I don't want to start and kube ngathi ngiyanconvince. No, we are going to work on it. We've taken it. Akufanele angizile la ukuzofuna ukuthiwe ngisounde better and then I'm starting to engage everything. There are things that I can't even say la ngempela we've been talking about these things. That's why I'm saying let's go all out and fight, all of us. That's why you are here, because we're in this battle together now. If we're in this battle together, it means I can't run away from you. When you need me, I must be available. When we need you, we must be available. Because we want to fight this as comrades in arms. We've got a situation where some of business people, entrepreneurs, don't even want to waste time and bid for some tenders because by aphelezela kuyaziwa kuthiwa we've heard of those things. I can't lie. In fact, we've seen them. Ngeke ngangaba phela uMEC akufanele ngithi uma sengu-MEC ngathi sengikhohliwe what has been happening. We see these things, but I can tell you again, it's one thing that we've discussed with the two departments, with all officials, SCM, and one thing we're going to do. I must tell you, comrades, whoever who's involved in such things, who's a professional, will deal with him or her decisively. Whether it's our comrade, whether it's whoever, we've taken decisions. It's part of the decisions that we have taken, and we have addressed everyone about it. Comrade Golan, yabona-ke une-history ende kutshela ukuthi ake baniwa i-task, former President Comrade Thabo, very strategic task. Wabuye watshela uComrade Thabo ukuthi ayikho lento yethu la sinamandla thina, because he has traveled. One thing I've realized, I'm one of a person who travel kakhulu. I've traveled kancane, but traveling open your eyes. Traveling open your eyes. We are realize ukuthi nikuphi nabanye bakuphi. I've traveled to some countries nje engeke ngiwabale ngoba ngizothi ngitravele kuma country. Nganganjiswa i-state, by the way. I've been to Singapore. I've been to Japan. I've been to such countries, to Saudi Arabia. But you know, I haven't been to any country in Africa. Ingakho ngithe ngiyazi ngizongilambasta ngangitraveliswa ugovernment. It was not my money. I wish I can travel to any country. But I'm trying to say, we do need to reflect on the state of the constitution of our country. We do need to reflect on the state of the entire government system now, entire policy system, that government. Whether really will it take us, in fact, let us agree, in its nature currently and the form, it won't take us where we want to go. All of us, we agree here. We talk about transformation. For many years, 20 years transformation, very little has been achieved. It's our government, it's my government, I'm part of that government. But things that we see, they tell us that we need to do more. And as the ANC, we've got a responsibility. We need to be radical. We need to take decisions that are unfavorable to others, to favor the majority. Because otherwise nothing will happen. I noted, Kolani, quite a lot of what you said, with a very good heart, believe you me, with a very good heart. They've taught me quite a lot. You've criticized us correctly so, harshly at times, and there's nothing wrong with that. We are not here to nurse each other. And it's painful to see at times that there is quite a lot of work that we need to do, that we haven't done. I agree that some gatekeepers, in fact, in the main, gatekeepers are the officials in the department. I'm not talking about my officials here. You want me to go back and be doomed? But I agree. I'm just saying, I agree. Gatekeepers are officials. You take decisions as the executive. They work with different people. They are moneyed because they are paid to execute a policy in a particular way to favor some people. It's very true. Hey, let me not talk to this one. It's going to put me in hot water. But I noted it. When you spoke about trust, so si trusta obani kakhulu kunokuyi-trusta thina. Ngizoyishiya nje kanjalo. The futuristic perspective of economy of this province, I fully agree. In fact, you said it, and when it came here, they made it clear that we haven't been futuristic. If we've been futuristic, the issue of Camperdown wouldn't be what it is today. If the issue of that development around the Sibiya wouldn't be like that today. Our flagship program, it's our flagship program, but it does have some elements as we discussed here. For me, I think this is the beginning. This is a journey. That's why I said this is a journey. And I want us to walk this journey together. We are not lazy. I'm not a lazy person by nature. I'm still a bit young, at times. But this, I think we need to have lama engagements, not just engagements. Gembela azothatha some conclusive, radical decisions that are going to help us to change things. The issue of this is going to cover I think about 3. The issue of audit buildings public works that are unused. Luckily, again, it's one of the issues. If you go to my budget speech, you'll find it. It's there. We dealt with it. I've mandated the officials from public works. I want every building yaga public works. We want an audit of the unused and the used. They are all over the municipalities, unused, vandalized. Abantu abahleli kubona aba wrong, used by even foreigners, some of them. It's a fact. It's a fact. And I've asked for that audit. And we've taken a decision that when we get that audit, it's exactly such advices. And some of them can help us. This is when we can start using them for other purposes. Because they are used by some of these people wrongly. Wrongly so. So we are on it. We'll report on it. We'll report to the cabinet. We'll ask for the advice from the premier as well in the cabinet. But also, the influence that comes here and ideas will be very helpful, as we have started already. And we appreciate it. The independent panel of people, I think if we're a politician, you need that at any given time. You can't play smart. And if you get a panel, don't take your friends. Don't take your faction. Take people who are going to help you. Take people who got better knowledge than you on different perspectives that are going to empower you. Luckily, I'm one person who doesn't serve agendas of ezinye. Even the team that I have, when you look at my team, you'll see in the office, I took people based on their capacity. So I've never met all of them. I met them here. Some of them I said, go and headhunt this person, Oganje, and then they will bring the person, I will assess, and the person I will say, it's what I want. It's not about friends like this. Once you make government friends like this, that's when government collapsed. It can't be. It can't be. Question one, the issue of energy, energy will always be there. Energy will always be there because we need to work. The clients, very painful. I don't know how to start on this one. We owe service providers, comrades, as public works. Says aligned HOD. HOD, human settlements. They are paying on 30 days. They are doing it. Public works in Nkinga. We are owing people money. Public works, si deliver, and cover in the other part, I can't remember, obekhuluma nature public works, public works, wawunjani, faying abunjani. Sina ule umpendulo, already in that document, your speech, you'll find it. Public works, Tina, we get our projects from sister departments to build or construct those projects, and then they pay us. Angifune kwenza sibonelo ngalutho ngoba ngifuna ukuthiwe ngathini la. ngithi sister departments. The problem starts when sister departments don't pay us. Right now, because this is an official meeting, we are owed 574 million by sister departments. Imali yama service providers yonke akuyona yethu. To a level we have taken even our own money to do other things in the department, to pay service providers, to pay projects for other sister departments. There are sister departments that owe us money for 120 days. How many months is that? We haven't paid us for 4 months. But that's the matter that I'm taking up. I've asked HOD. She has given me a report on it yesterday. I've looked at everything. I will be approaching the cabinet and the premier. Would let us find solution. We can't continue like that. Because it comes back to us. I'm the one who's going to be seen as a liar. Say, no, that one is good in talking. He's a loud mouth. But he's doing nothing. Black businesses are being closed. And I don't want to be part of that. Kaya, we are working on it. We do have a challenge, I must agree. We are owing service providers. If I say 574 million, that is 500 million that we are owing service providers. But Pilangani, you ask yourself. It's a sad story. I'm admitting. We're at pains. This HOD, you told my voice note every day, I'm threatening shy. Our forward again. Akukho ukuthi ngithi ngiyayifikela nje mina ngizothini. Ayikho leyo nto ngabe ngiyasangana. And I can't say that, but it's the reality. We are working on it. We are taking it up. It's the main issue we're having in public works. It's the main issue we're having currently. Then there was an issue about public works, we've taken a decision. We are taking public works exactly for what it was meant to be. Public works kunama workshop, workshop la. Just la ngaphakathi. Eyavalwa many years ago yakhiwa nemishini ngaphakathi yashiywa kanjalo. Kwakhandwa ifurniture kuyokhandela ugovernment, kwakulungiswa imoto ikagovernment. Yakhiwa, we have opened it, we are refurbishing it, we are opening others in Fried and in other in Pietermaritzburg. We want to have public works that is not about construction only. It's not about brick and mortar. Public works must be, the issue of yellow plants and everything, we want our public works to have a vocational element where people from or learners or students from TVET colleges can come here and get to do their in-service. Do their in-service training. They can't rely on SOEs and private companies only while government is here. We must be able to manufacture desks for government. We must be able to fix government's vehicles as public works. It was happening before. That's what public works should be about. We are bringing back vocational element of public works. We're going to see it, and we are speeding up. I think in the next 4 months, this workshop should be opened. We are working on it. We've already, they've volunteered. They want to come back and transfer skills to the first students that will be our first intake. So we are trying. I'm not justifying anything. It's what we're supposed to be doing, by the way. Can't thank the fish for swimming. The issue of we must have I was asking why we always have strategic planning. Why don't we have a delivery lehutla? For how long are we going? I heard the comrade saying, can I not answer that question? Hey, when they are raised, you ask yourself, honestly, how long are we going to be strategizing? How long are we going to be strategizing? I haven't been to any strategic planning. I don't know what I will do when I'm told we are going to a strategic plan. But again, we need to change the way things have been done before. Because some of them are useless, they are not helping us to deliver. They are just there to take time. We sit there, people present, APPs, whatever, and this and that. After that, we need delivery scorecard. What has been done? How are we implementing this? When are we going to finish a project in this year, in the we need such things. I agree. We need to change. I believe in changing things and bringing in new ideas. I love new ideas, man. Certainly some of the new ideas are hindered by the police. I think the issue of land and capital, we've covered it. It's really, the ANC, if we need to, you need to jack up. We need to work on this. It can't continue like this. I know the NEC reported on the issue of the issue of land, how far we are, as Unopala Denze the media briefing. There is quite a lot of work, but we want it quicker than the pace it's going right now. We issue a land. We can't dilly-dally about land. If we dilly-dally about land, then we'll be betraying our people. It's a fact. And we need to be arrogant about it. It's us who must be arrogant about taking the land. I think I've covered the camper down and other issues. The integration of infrastructure is a great idea. You go to rural areas, in townships. Isikole silapha, yabona nje mina lapha ngasekhaya wa 2 enquthu. Iklinikhi lapha entabeni. Isikole esinye silapha, esinye isikole izikole ezu7. Scattered all over the place. Iklinikhi lapha, i-community service center is somewhere lapha. And now you start to think, if these things were together, yes, they can change the face of the ward and how the ward operates. Because if you go to Indawo Zabelungu, it's centralized. There is a precinct of everything. So I'm saying, we are being empowered here. Now I go to the cabinet, I'll be a bit pompous. You raise my issues. Hey, you raise my issues. You raise my issues to my colleagues. Because colleagues, we are such hands. We work as a very good collective in that cabinet, led by the Prim. So it helps us. The issue of my sister, issue fear by other professionals because you are going to be victimized. Umaniba vocal. This team, I know, even you can talk to them outside, they will tell you. Some of us are so open to advices and different ideas to a level that I change when somebody tells me, hey, official, but MEC, lo isho, you're wrong because of A, B, and C. I don't take any offense. So we need a breed of leaders. Any leader, whether a leader is an HOD, a leader is a director, a leader is an MEC or a mayor or whoever, we must accept that views will be different, will differ at times, but we must always look for something that will work for our people, not for us. I think that is where the difference should be. So I agree with you, and it's wrong. We mustn't victimize professionals because they hold a different view. But again, once there is a decision, you must implement pen. I'm not saying a decision, not when you send a view, that can't work. Not in the system. The issue of you are even scared to start businesses because you will be scrutinized, you will be investigated, everything. I think there is a system in place to protect everyone. You declare, if everything yaki right, there won't be issues, I believe. You will have issues if you gang. Then you'll be arrested. Hawks will be at your backs, umugang. But umangeko lutho will be clean. But again, we can't use state resource to intimidate officials because they want to open businesses. State resources must never be used for wrong reasons. Nalapha kwisolezo ibake bangibhala lapha last year. Liphi isolezo? Nangu umphathi. Nangibhala lapha last year imadoda. Kodwa ikulungile. Nangibhala amaviki. It's one interesting part of life. But all I'm saying, we must never use state resources. It's one matter that I always, say, that's life. The issue of Sengizoqeda, ASM Sundus, I'm not going to talk about the grant, ngizokhuluma nje shortly ngomsunduzi. Umsunduzi is in it's in our radar. Yaboma ukhuluma ngomkhandlu esithi is in the radar of the cabinet and the ANC. It's umsunduzi. And you're going to see a lot in umsunduzi has gone wrong, we are admitting. Even when we try to help umsunduzi, in fact, waphinde wa regress. When we took decision thinking umsunduzi is going to be corrected, things are not happening. Umsunduzi is dirty. Unama potholes umsunduzi amaningi. There is quite a lot we can talk about. But let me assure you, the ANC, the Premier, the Cabinet, our eyes are really, really on umsunduzi, that we can't have today. Under our leadership, it can't be. I want to stop there. I don't want to talk about grants. There was a grant that was given to a grant must be used. You must not a grant in general. Any person who failed to use the grant, that person got fire charge. Because I was a grant, a specific and government to clear the ANC no premier with grants must be spent 100%. Yes, the vandalized buildings are public works. I think I've covered them on the audit that is coming. The audit will come, we'll present it open. It will be open. You will advise us even further because so besesibonile ukuthi sinani. Okunye senisadvisile ngakho, but I think once sabona ukuthi emapha ama buildings anjani ayikwini singenzani ke la, then you will come in again, si advisani. But again, we want those buildings to be in the hands of black people now. It's an opportunity for Africans, I agree. Babu Makeb, I am now sizoyibamba baba. Ngiyakuhlonipha kakhulu. Ngiyaxolisa futhi for what you've been through. Ayikho indoda okumnandi ukuthi idlule kulesa simo. Don't want to dwell on it. Something I won't want ukuthi yenzeke nginombani. Makeb. The issue of izindlu lezi eyilapha ngakwi toll gate. Ka right. Uma uqhamuka eMaritzburg noma ka left uma uqhamuka ngapha. We look at what has been raised. Yes. Le mhlaba ngiyazi ukuthi umhlaba private. Akubona ukwabangena nje abantu bakithi kodwa ke manje ngoba sebengenile vele uhulumeni sekufanele sibone how do we deal with that matter. Ade sihlebelana la no HOD ayibukeki kahle I agree. Le ndawo ngiyazi ngingakabi khomizi kuno gumtree nje lapha. Seze yagcwala yabamningi manje. And ayibukeki kahle. Not only yona abantu bakithi must never be subjected to such areas. Even la mawuphuma la. That is not nice. Sonke thina la siyaphuma siyolala emakhaya kamnandi comfortable. Abanye going to hotels, abanye emakhaya eating good food and everything neingane zethu, and you've got people who are sleeping lapha emjondolo. Some of us it pains us. That's why I tell you I wake up with poverty every day, and it's not nice ukuvuka with poverty every day. You understand ukuthi abantu bakithi basahlupheke kangakanani. But we are working very hard to change the situation. We're not sitting on our laurels or sitting back. The non-viable schools, a list of non-viable schools, education or identify school ukuthi is non-viable. It's not public works. It's education, and kune number, advantage you go to at the Muslalo portfolio committee. It's education onayo. And then ezinye zezikole ziningi, in fact umasinga khuluma ngezikole nje ezivaliwe ziningi, I agree with you. Enye yezinto kufanele si deal nayo aggressively. Ukuthi and ezinye they are being vandalized now. And isibuya uhulumeni ongathi akazi wenzani. We need to deal with it. We really need to deal with it. I agree, issues of agricultural schools. Agriculture is a driver of economy. Teach our people agriculture. Amabhunu awazange azalwe azukulima. Akungabe sengathi amabhunu kuphela kwazi ukulima. Awazalwa angekwazi ukulima. Uhulumeni deliberately taught them and then funded them. Mandisa Siswam, the issue of consistent engagement, I think all of us, all of you, you've raised it, colleagues and comrades. We are going to consistently need this. Whether we talk about the issue, issue immovable asset, property sector, go public works, issues that were raised by Ubabu Zungu ngapha namanye ama issue amaningi azodinga constant engagement and progress reports and re-strategizing failures kwezinye indawo azoba khona, but we must fight together. We are here. I'm committed. Okwangempela I'm committed. all the issues of incubation programs and all those things, we take them, skills transfer, and we are on those things, but we are taking them. And then I think this is the last one. The registered qualified professionals, I believe what the registered qualified professionals, I think you are asking, can we have a database for them? I think again, it's an opinion and an idea that is thrown at us that I think we need to look at it, because quantity survey, plan, architects, and everyone that falls part of the built industry. So I think it's an idea that I think if education ben a database your teacher bangasebenzi, it's something that we must think about what we can do about it. We take that idea as well. The issue, the last one, was the issue of, because I've spoken about the dilapidated building, advocate, government precinct. Go to my budget speech, you will see we are working on it. There is another wing in the department that we are opening soon, is SIDA, that is going to be dealing with everything that is infrastructure in the province. It's in the department. We're establishing it as we speak. In the next 9 months, there will be an office lapha, Castle building, lo ibona la ngaphakathi eMayville Center. Government precinct, it's a mandate that I've been given, ukuthi file iqale yakhiwe. File ngiqale ngenze show ukuthi yakhiwe. I don't know ukuthi ngizohlala isikhathi esingakanani la, kodwa ngiyangithi mangihambe dethu uqolani ama officials ayazi, ngawatshela nami ngelila ngathi ngiyazi ukuthi niyayinithi ufika nokuphapha lo uzohamba. Ngiyangithi ngisazohlala mina no 7 years la. Ngisho ngazi ukuthi nakusasa ngisengahamba, it's a privilege. Kodwa ngiyangiziconvince nje ngithi ngisazohlala. So angisebenzeli into yokuthi ngithi ngiyahamba la, ngisebenzela ukuthi ngihleli la siyasebenza. I-government precinct, I've got a mandate ukuthi iqala ukwakhiwa. Akhona indawo isiya-identify izoba exactly eMaritzburg. Sizoqala nge-legislature ne-premier's office. I think it's those two first. Arts and culture, no, arts and culture, yes, arts and culture. Designs asaqedwa everything. It's going to house 5,000 officials. Wonke uhulumeni uzoba lapha except public works. Ngoba public works, health, is it health? No, transport, yes. Because bona banawo ama office already, thina sinawo ama office existing esingarent kuwona. So but every other government department is going to be there. We have started, we are bringing back even the people who started on the concept, working on it some years back. We are starting to deal with the issue of funding. We are at work. I must tell you, the government precinct, we are at work, want to see it being built. But again, it's quite a lot of money that will be spent on it. And again, it's another issue that will be raised. Where are the black people here? Where are they featuring? It's such issues that we are discussing, but I must assure you, izoba nayi element enkulu, not just an element yokuthi abantu abamnyama babe ingxenye yayo i-government precinct. It's going to change quite a lot of things for uhulumeni. We are spending a lot of money. Kune research that has been done in 20 years. Is it 20 years? Ne? In 20 years, so we spend emalini ngama offices rather than government precinct. We'll spend billions. I don't know how many billions. 5.2 billion on renting. 5.2 billion in renting. So we've taken a decision. Let's build the government precinct. But after building a government precinct, we'll be having assets worth about 11 billion rands, if I'm not mistaken. They will be owned by the state. So that's an investment. We are on it. We are moving towards it. In closing, ngiyacela ukunibonga nonke. Siyabonga kakhulu siwumnyango wezokuhlaliswa kwabantu nemisebenzi yomphakathi. Ngokuthi nisinikeze ithuba niyinhlangano ye-PPF ukuthi sizoba nale nkulumo esibe nayo namhlanje. Inkulumo ekwazile ukuthi isivula amehlo kodwa futhi kwayinkulumo ekwaziyo ukusiqondisa kwezinye izinto kwana inkulumo esinikeza ulwazi nembono ezosenza sikwazi ukusebenza kangcono sibuke nezinto ngenye indlela sibe nenkulumo ehlukahlukene akwangabe abikho ukuthi sizoncomana la asizile ukuzozishaya isifuba sabona futhi la kusasisalele khona ukuthi kube nezinto esizenzayo sabona futhi la kusasisalele khona esinomsebenzi omkhulu angeke siwaqamba manje ngiyinselelo zinkulu kakhulu esibhekene nazo njengalemnyango njengohulumeni uwonkana siyakholelwa kakhulu ukuthi inhlangano yeANC umsebenzi ebhekene nawo umkhulu kodwa ingakwazi ukuthi lo msebenzi ufeze ngendlela uma sonke siba ingxenye yayo ikakhulukazi nina njengabantu abahosolwazi nabanolwazi ngeinto eziningi njengabantu abazifundelile izinto nabantu abakwaziyo ukuthi izinto zenziwa kanjani nesimo sempilo nosomhlaba simi kanjani siyanidinga ukuthi nibe ingxenye enkulu kaANC sizondinga kakhulu ukuqhubeka kuya phambili ekutheni sikwazi ukusebenzisana ekulungiseni izimo esibhekene nazo siyazibona ukuthi izimo nendlela ezikhona kuhulumeni nokuyizona ezisinikeza ezisikhombayo ukuthi kufanele sisebenze kanjani ezinye ziyisihenqo ekutheni sikwazi ukwenza izinto sizise phambili kodwa siyabona ukuthi ukuhlala kanje sixoxe siyilolu hlaka lomzimba uzokwazi ukusithatha usise phambili asubukeli nakancane umhlangano wanamhlanje esibe nawo kodwa umhlangano esiwuthathela phezulu ngalendlela yokuthi siyasibona isidingo sokuthi sibe neminye nokuthi sihlale njalo sibuya kini sizofuna ulwazi sizofuna ukuthi nisincede ngokusinikeza okunye okuthe ukuthi xaxa uma kiwa ngasekuhlakanipheni ngoba ukuhlakanipha kaze kwalingwana siyafisa ukunibonga sengathi uma senibuyele emakhaya ningahamba niphephe uNkulunkulu anigcina nibusise niqhubeke njalo nisinikeze lulwazi elisinika khona nisibambisane kanye nathi nime emva kwethu ngeke sisuke eceleni kwenu ngoba siyanidinga siyabonga
Masibonge MEC ngalo mazwi akhuthazwayo masimshayeleni izandla kakhulu iMEC Nami MEC ngizocela ukuzibongela ukuthi ngibe i-moderator and i-moderation process ibe lula and very encouraging in the context of very vibrant discussions, forthright discussions, and I'm grateful for that. I just want to correct a little aberration that I made in profiling a title ka Ubabu Israel Mkhize. Ubabu Israel Mkhize is not a classical economist. He's a political economist. Am I correcting it? Yes, so I just wanted to correct that. It's a minor thing, but I think it's important to make that correction. As we come to the end, just a couple of things, because this is my last utterances that I'm going to be making. Ngizonikeza Ubabu Ncamu to give closing remarks. And then there will be a photo session, because the branding is here. We'll have it right here. And I think it will also be coupled with exchange of gifts into Fananale. So from my side representing independent media, we would like to be expressing our gratitude and a sense of thanks from our chairperson, Dr. Iqbal Suve, who has really extended an invitation for a strengthened partnership with the department such that we will be able to provide an omni-channel or a multitude of channels from the traditional print in terms of the known brand titles, Oselezwe, Sunday Tribune, Daily News, Mercury, Kanjalo, where we'll be able to communicate a lot of these anticipated successes, the ones that we know, the ones that are still to happen, as well as on the digital platforms. So MEC umuntu uyazibongela ukuthi anikezwe ithuba ukuthi abe khona kulo mhlangano ofana nalo. And in future, as it evolves throughout and reinforcing the achievements of these objectives, we will continue being part of this. I would certainly be keen to continue being part. It may not be in the moderator role, but certainly as a professional myself, I have been lured very strongly without any resistance to form part of this. And there's quite a substantive contribution that one can make. Ngizibongele ngithi ngibongile MEC nginikeze kuBaba Ncamo ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, moderator of the program. In the interest of time, I will consolidate my closing remarks within 2 to 3 minutes. Firstly, let me humbly greet our Honorable MEC it's proper to do so. The senior management of the department led by HODs, the office of the MEC, our colleagues from PPF, from national, the province and regional leadership here with us today, our panelists, whom I'm still going to mention, membership of the PPF and other non-PPF members who are here with us today. It's just two things to say. Firstly, we humbly as PPF appreciate the gesture that you have done for honoring our invitation to be part of this session, all of you. The inputs which were made here today, which are very enlightening, we appreciate all of them. We noted the commitment made by the department to partner with us, to involve us in their plans. We noted the emphasis made by the MEC to ensure speeding up of service delivery in the department, quickening the tempo. We noted the words of encouragement came from the MEC for professionals to play their role in the liberation movement, in the battle of ideas and so forth. So those are the highlights of today's engagement on our side as PPF, of which we really appreciate and commit ourselves that we will put our skills, knowledge and expertise at the disposal of government and the liberation movement to make a meaningful contribution towards nation building. On that note, let me formally thank the MEC for seeing it fit to spend this day with us, knowing he's a very busy person. He indicated he had an engagement in the morning, an unplanned one, attending a funeral. He's still going to attend another event where he's expected to show his face as well. But he decided to spend time with us. The moderator of the program, Mr. Pumi Muswai, I don't know whether I'm pronouncing correctly. Muswahai, yes. Sorry. Thank you very much for directing the program so well. We really appreciate the manner you handled the entire process. You were encouraging members to engage, and it was a fruitful engagement. Our panelists, Mr. Mkize, Mr. Makanya, Mr. Dube, thank you very much for your inputs, which were very informative as well. And the senior management of the department, acting HOD, Public Works, Mr. Machola, HOD Zungu from Human Settlements, CEO from Human Settlements, Mr. Pengu, and Uxoli Ntanzi, acting DDG, Property Development from Public Works. Thank you very much for the contributions that you made, of which I think the officials benefited a lot. Staff from the office of the MEC who were with us all the way planning for the session, we appreciate your participation. Thank you very much. If it wasn't for your commitment and guidance, we wouldn't have had such a successful program. Staff, communications team as well from the department. Leadership of the PPF, NEC, province, regions, thank you very much for attending and your active engagement. Our guests, non-PPF members who will join PPF after this, thank you very much for coming. Not forgetting members of the media who have been very patient with us, who came here almost before all of us. They've been here for quite some time. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And lastly, let me correct one mistake that happened when the chairperson was acknowledging the presence of a member from Inkosi. He said it's Lomave. It's actually Lula Matimba, the secretary. So she requested that I correct that before an impression is created that she was not part of this. You are forgiven, Chair. Okay, that was all on my side in terms of closing. I had a lot to say in summarizing the issues that were raised, but because of time, we are unable to do that. And then the T-shirts will be sold outside at 2:30. Please support. Okay, then there's a session of gifts which will be done by the two colleagues, the secretary and the deputy. I'll hand over to them. After that, we'll have a light dinner, and then nihambe kahle nonke after that. Siyabonga kakhulu. Thanks.
Sicela igenge eyithombe. Sondeza ibhena, sondeza ibhena. Sondeza ibhena, kufanele vele wonke amabhena.